What if I told you that nothing in your life is random? Every heartbreak has a purpose. Every unexpected phone call arrives at exactly the right moment. Every person who walked into your world came to teach you something essential. Right now, wherever you are listening, maybe it's 3 a.m. and sleep won't come. Perhaps you're driving to work feeling disconnected, or sitting quietly somewhere, needing a moment of peace. There's a reason you found this today. If it feels right, share in the comments where you're listening from. Something beautiful happens when we realize we're scattered across this planet, yet drawn to the same ancient wisdom. Get comfortable now. Grab a soft blanket. Dim the lights if you can. For the next 3 hours, let yourself be held by 2,500 years of understanding about why everything happens exactly as it should. The Buddha discovered something that changes everything. What we call coincidence is actually an intricate web of causes and effects. Your struggles aren't punishments. Your joys aren't accidents. They're part of a magnificent pattern guiding you toward awakening since the day you were born. Buddhism teaches that every moment contains a hidden gift. Tonight, we're going to unwrap those gifts together. Right now, as you listen to this, your cells are changing. In the time it takes you to hear these words, millions of cells in your body have died and been replaced. Your skin is shedding microscopic pieces. Your thoughts are shifting from one idea to another. Even your breath, the one you just took, is different from the last one. Everything in existence is in constant motion. The chair you're sitting on is made of atoms vibrating at incredible speeds. The earth beneath you is spinning through space at over 1,000 miles per hour. Nothing, absolutely nothing, stays exactly the same for even a single moment. Yet we fight this truth every day. We want our happy moments to last forever. We want our children to stay small and innocent. We want our bodies to remain young and strong. We want our relationships to feel exactly like they did in those perfect early days. And when things change, and they always do, we suffer. Buddhism calls this the first noble truth. Life contains suffering, and much of that suffering comes from our resistance to impermanence. We create our own pain by demanding that the flowing river of existence stand still. Imagine trying to hold water in your cupped hands. The tighter you squeeze, the faster it slips through your fingers. The more desperately you try to keep it, the more you lose. This is what we do with everything we love. But water was never meant to be held. It was meant to flow. 2,500 years ago, the Buddha sat beneath a tree and watched the world with fresh eyes. He saw flowers blooming and wilting. He watched clouds forming and dissolving. He observed his own thoughts arising and passing away like waves on the ocean. And he understood something profound that changed everything. All conditioned things are impermanent, he said. Work out your salvation with diligence. This wasn't a sad realization. It was liberating. Think about a river for a moment. Have you ever sat beside one and really watched it? The water never fights its banks. It doesn't resist the rocks in its path. When it encounters a boulder, it doesn't stop flowing. It simply finds another way around. It carves new channels. It adapts. It continues. A river teaches us that obstacles aren't meant to stop us. They're meant to help us discover new paths. The river doesn't become less of a river because it changes direction. In fact, it becomes more beautiful. Those bends and curves create the most stunning landscapes. What if you could flow like water? What if instead of breaking against the rocks in your path, you learned to move around them with grace? The seasons understand this wisdom perfectly. Autumn doesn't cling to summer's warmth. Trees don't fight to keep their leaves when winter approaches. They let go willingly, trusting that spring will return. And because they surrender to the natural cycle, they survive. They thrive. But we humans, we're different. We experience autumn in our lives and panic. We feel the leaves of our old life falling away, and we grab frantically, trying to glue them back on. We fight the seasons of our existence instead of dancing with them. A woman once told me about losing her job at 52. For months, she battled against this change. She applied for similar positions, trying to recreate what she'd lost. She was like someone attempting to force spring flowers to bloom in December. The harder she fought, the more exhausted she became. Then one day, sitting in her garden, she watched a tree shedding its leaves. She realized that the tree wasn't dying. It was preparing. It was making space for something new. In that moment, she stopped fighting her autumn and started preparing for her spring. 6 months later, she started the business she'd always dreamed of but never had the courage to begin. The job loss that felt like an ending was actually a beginning. But she could only see this when she stopped resisting the change and started flowing with it. Your body knows this truth instinctively. Your cells don't mourn when they're replaced. Your hair doesn't grieve when it falls out and grows back. Your skin doesn't resist when it sheds and renews itself. Every part of your physical being understands that change is not death, it's regeneration. So why does your mind fight what your body knows to be natural? Because the mind creates stories. It takes the flowing river of experience and tries to build permanent structures on its banks. It labels moments as good or bad, and then wants to keep the good ones forever while avoiding the bad ones entirely. But rivers don't recognize human labels. They just flow. The Buddha taught that suffering comes from attachment, from our desperate need to make permanent what is naturally temporary. We attach to people, to situations, to feelings, to identities. We build our happiness on foundations of sand and then wonder why we feel unstable when the tide comes in. But here's what changes everything. When you truly understand impermanence, you don't love less. You love more. When you know that this moment with your child, this conversation with your friend, this sunset you're watching, when you know it will never come again in exactly this way, it becomes infinitely precious. Impermanence doesn't take away meaning. It gives meaning its urgency and beauty. A master calligrapher spends years learning to create beautiful characters with ink and brush. Each stroke is perfect. Each line flows with grace. But the master knows that the ink will fade. The paper will yellow and crumble. Nothing of the artwork will last forever. Does this make the art meaningless? No. It makes each brushstroke sacred. Your life is like that calligraphy. Each day is a brushstroke. Each relationship is a line of ink flowing across the paper of time. Nothing will last forever, but everything matters completely. When you stop fighting the flow and start moving with it, something magical happens. You discover that change isn't your enemy. It's your teacher. It's your liberator. Every ending creates space for a new beginning. Every loss makes room for unexpected gain. The river doesn't mourn the banks it leaves behind. It celebrates the new landscapes it gets to explore. The tree doesn't grieve its fallen leaves. It trusts in the wisdom of seasons. And you can learn to dance with change instead of wrestling with it. This doesn't mean becoming passive. Rivers are incredibly powerful. They carve canyons and move mountains, but they do it through persistent, gentle flow, not through resistance. You can be like water, soft enough to find the path of least resistance, yet strong enough to shape the landscape of your life. Right now, something in your life is changing. Maybe it's obvious. A relationship ending, a job shifting, a move to a new place. Maybe it's subtle. Your interests evolving, your perspectives broadening, your heart opening to new possibilities. Whatever it is, you have a choice. You can fight the current and exhaust yourself. Or you can take a deep breath, relax your grip, and let the river carry you towards something you can't yet see, but was always meant for you. The Buddha's insight echoes through every moment. All conditioned things are impermanent. This means your suffering is temporary. Your fear is temporary. Your confusion is temporary. But it also means your joy is temporary. Your success is temporary. Your youth is temporary. And that's not a tragedy. That's the most beautiful truth in the universe. Because when you really understand this, when you feel it in your bones, you stop taking anything for granted. You start showing up fully for your life. You begin to love with your whole heart, knowing that love itself is the only thing that multiplies when you give it away. The river keeps flowing. The seasons keep turning. Your cells keep changing. And you get to choose whether you'll flow with this magnificent dance of existence or exhaust yourself fighting against its perfect rhythm. Everything changes. This is the first law of life. But within that change, there's something that never changes. The awareness that notices the flowing, the consciousness that watches the river, the presence that remains constant while everything else shifts and transforms. That presence is you, and it's time to stop fighting and start flowing. What if I told you that nothing you do disappears into thin air? Every word you speak, every thought you think, every gesture you make, it all creates waves that travel far beyond what you can see. Like dropping a stone into a perfectly still lake, your actions send ripples across the vast ocean of existence. This is karma, but not the karma you might think you know. Most people misunderstand karma completely. They think it's some cosmic scorecard keeping track of good deeds and bad deeds, ready to reward saints and punish sinners. They imagine it as a universal judge, sitting in the sky, calculating whether you deserve happiness or suffering. But karma isn't about divine judgment. It's about natural law. Karma is simply cause and effect. It's as natural and predictable as gravity. When you drop something, it falls. When you plant a seed, something grows. When you act, something ripples outward. The universe doesn't judge these actions as good or bad. It simply responds. Picture yourself standing beside a mountain lake on a perfectly calm morning. The water is so still it looks like glass, reflecting the trees and sky with perfect clarity. You pick up a small stone and hold it in your palm. For a moment, everything is suspended in silence. Then you release the stone. Watch what happens. The stone breaks the surface with a gentle splash. Immediately, rings of ripples spread outward from that single point. The first ring is small and close, but it creates a second ring, slightly larger. That second ring creates a third. Soon, waves are traveling across the entire lake, touching shores you couldn't even see from where you stood. The stone has disappeared beneath the surface, but its effects continue. Those ripples will eventually reach every edge of that lake. They'll touch the roots of distant trees. They'll nudge sleeping fish. They'll interact with other ripples from other stones thrown by other people on other days. One small action creates endless consequences. Your life works exactly the same way. Every action you take is a stone dropped into the lake of existence. Every word is a ripple. Every thought is a wave. And just like those ripples on the water, the effects of your actions travel far beyond what you can track or measure. But here's where karma gets really interesting. It's not just your actions that create ripples. Your thoughts do too. The Buddha taught that everything begins in the mind. Before you speak, you think. Before you act, you decide. Before you create anything in the world, you first create it in your consciousness. Your thoughts are the first ripples. They set everything else in motion. Think about the last time you were really angry at someone. Maybe they cut you off in traffic, or said something that hurt your feelings. Notice what happened in your mind first. The angry thoughts came before any angry words. The resentment formed before any retaliatory actions. But those thoughts, they were already creating ripples. They changed your energy. They shifted your presence. They influenced how you moved through the rest of your day. A man once told me about his morning commute. Every day, he drove the same route to work, and every day, the traffic frustrated him. He would sit in his car, gripping the steering wheel, thinking angry thoughts about all the other drivers. By the time he reached his office, he was tense and irritable. He would snap at his colleagues. His co-workers would become defensive. The whole office would feel heavier. His family would receive the residue of that negativity when he came home. One morning, he decided to experiment. Instead of fighting the traffic in his mind, he chose to accept it. Instead of angry thoughts, he practiced gratitude for his car, for his job, for being alive on this particular morning. The traffic didn't change, but everything else did. He arrived at work calm and centered. His colleagues noticed his peaceful energy. Conversations flowed more easily. The ripples of his inner shift touched everyone around him. This is the power of mental karma. Your thoughts create your reality, not through magic, but through the ripple effects of consciousness meeting the world. When you think with compassion, you see opportunities for kindness. When you think with fear, you notice threats everywhere. When you think with gratitude, you discover abundance. Your mind shapes what you perceive, and what you perceive shapes how you act. But karma doesn't work in straight lines. It's not like a simple transaction where good deed equals good result. Life is far more complex and beautiful than that. Sometimes the ripples take years to return to you. Sometimes they come back transformed in ways you never expected. Sometimes they circle the globe before finding their way home. Think of a kindness you did that came back unexpectedly. Maybe you helped a stranger with directions, and months later, someone helped you when you were lost. Maybe you listened patiently to a friend in crisis, and years later found comfort in the words of someone who barely knew you. Maybe you smiled at a child in the grocery store, and that child grew up to become someone who brightened the world in ways you'll never know. Take a moment right now. Can you remember an act of kindness you offered freely, without expecting anything in return? And can you remember a time when unexpected kindness found you exactly when you needed it most? These aren't coincidences. They're ripples completing their journey across the lake of existence. The Buddha spoke of 3 types of karma. There's the karma of body, your physical actions in the world. There's the karma of speech, the words you choose, and how you speak them. And there's the karma of mind, your thoughts, intentions, and mental formations. All 3 create ripples, but mental karma is the most powerful because it influences everything else. Consider the difference between two people doing the exact same action. Both give money to someone in need. One gives grudgingly, feeling resentful about parting with their cash. The other gives joyfully, feeling grateful for the opportunity to help. The external action is identical, but the karmic ripples are completely different. One creates connection and abundance. The other creates separation and scarcity. The intention behind the action determines the quality of the ripple. This is why Buddhist practice focuses so much on purifying the mind. When you heal your thoughts, you heal your actions. When you transform your consciousness, you transform your world. It's not about becoming perfect or never having negative thoughts. It's about noticing those thoughts with awareness and choosing consciously what ripples you want to create. Sometimes people worry that if they focus on karma, they'll become calculating. They fear they'll start being kind only to get good things in return. But true understanding of karma leads to the opposite. When you really see how interconnected everything is, you realize that helping others and helping yourself are the same action. When you understand that your well-being and everyone else's well-being are intimately connected, compassion becomes natural. A teacher once asked her students to notice their ripples for just one day. She asked them to pay attention to how their mood affected their families at breakfast, how their presence influenced their co-workers, how their energy impacted the cashier at the store, how their driving affected other drivers. The students were amazed to discover how much power they had to brighten or darken the world around them with subtle shifts in consciousness. You have that same power. Right now, in this moment, you're creating ripples. The quality of attention you're bringing to these words is a stone dropped into the lake. The intention you set for how you want to show up in the world today will create waves that touch people you'll never meet. Your choice to seek wisdom and understanding is already shifting the collective consciousness of humanity in some small but meaningful way. This is both humbling and empowering. Every moment matters. Every choice creates consequences. Every thought has power. You can't take back the stones you've already thrown, but you can choose more carefully what stones you throw from this moment forward. Karma is often misunderstood as fatalism, the idea that everything is predetermined and there's nothing you can do to change your circumstances. But this couldn't be further from the truth. Karma is actually about ultimate responsibility and unlimited possibility. Your past actions have created your current circumstances, but your present actions are creating your future reality. Every moment is a fresh opportunity to drop new stones into the lake. This doesn't mean you should become anxious about every thought or action. That would be like trying to control every ripple on the lake. Impossible and exhausting. Instead, focus on the quality of your intentions. Cultivate kindness in your heart. Practice awareness in your mind. Trust that when your actions spring from love and wisdom, the ripples will find their way to exactly where they need to go. The most beautiful thing about karma is that it's never too late to change course. No matter what ripples you've created in the past, this moment offers a clean slate. You can choose right now to be a source of healing rather than harm. You can decide today to spread joy instead of suffering. You can begin immediately to think thoughts that elevate rather than diminish. Think again about that still mountain lake. Imagine standing at its edge with a handful of smooth stones. Each stone represents a choice you're about to make. Each throw creates ripples that will travel across the water of existence. What ripples do you want to create? What waves do you want to send out into the world? The water is waiting. Your next moment is a stone in your hand. The lake of life is perfectly still, ready to receive whatever ripples you choose to create. This is karma. Not punishment or reward, but pure possibility. Not fate, but freedom. The freedom to choose, moment by moment, what kind of waves you want to send across the infinite lake of existence. The ripples you create today will touch shores you cannot imagine. Choose wisely. Choose with love. Choose with the understanding that every action matters, every thought has power, and every moment is an opportunity to make the world a little more beautiful than you found it. We hold so tightly to things that were never meant to stay forever. Our fingers wrapped around moments that are already slipping away. Our hearts clinging to people who must follow their own paths. Our minds grasping at circumstances that are naturally shifting and changing. And in all this holding, all this desperate gripping, we create our own suffering. This is one of Buddhism's most profound insights. We don't suffer because life is painful. We suffer because we resist the pain. We don't ache because people leave. We ache because we demand they stay. We don't break because things change. We break because we insist they remain the same. Attachment is like trying to hold a handful of water. The tighter you squeeze, the faster it escapes through your fingers. But we keep squeezing anyway, confused about why our hands always end up empty. The Buddha discovered this truth 2,500 years ago, sitting in deep meditation beneath the Bodhi tree. He watched his own mind with incredible clarity and saw how suffering was born, not from external circumstances, but from the mind's habit of attachment, its desperate need to possess, control, and make permanent what is naturally impermanent. Think about the last time your heart was broken. Maybe it was the end of a relationship, the loss of someone you loved, or a dream that didn't come true. In that moment of pain, were you suffering because something beautiful had ended? Or were you suffering because you wanted it to continue forever? There's a profound difference between these two experiences. Sadness is natural when we lose something precious. But suffering, that deep, aching resistance to what is, comes from attachment, from our refusal to let life flow as it needs to flow. Attachment disguises itself as love, but it's actually love's shadow. Real love wants what's best for the beloved, even if that means letting go. Attachment wants to possess, to control, to keep things exactly as they are, forever. Love says, I want you to be happy. Attachment says, I want you to make me happy. A mother watches her child grow up and move away to college. If she loves without attachment, she feels proud and grateful for the beautiful young adult her child has become. She misses them, yes, but she celebrates their independence. If she loves with attachment, she suffers because her role as the center of her child's world is ending. She tries to hold on to what was instead of embracing what is becoming. The same principle applies to everything we think we own. Our homes, our jobs, our health, our youth. We act as if these things belong to us permanently. But we're really just temporary caretakers. Everything we have is on loan from the universe, and eventually, everything must be returned. There's an ancient Buddhist story about a master who cherished a beautiful crystal glass. It was perfectly clear, with no flaws or imperfections. The master used it daily for his tea, appreciating its elegance and craftsmanship. One day, a student asked him, "Master, aren't you afraid this precious glass will break?" The master smiled and replied, "I am not afraid, because in my mind, this glass is already broken." The student was confused. "But master, the glass is perfect. Why do you say it's already broken?" The master held up the glass, letting the light shine through it. Everything that exists is impermanent. This glass was formed from sand and fire, shaped by human hands. One day, it will return to the elements from which it came. It might shatter accidentally, or wear away gradually, or break when I'm no longer here to care for it. Since I know its nature is to be temporary, I don't waste energy fearing its loss. Instead, I appreciate its beauty completely while it's here. The student began to understand. "So you're saying that by accepting its impermanence, you're free to enjoy it fully?" "Exactly," said the master. "When you truly accept that everything is temporary, you stop taking anything for granted. Every moment with this glass becomes precious, precisely because I know it won't last forever. My appreciation deepens instead of diminishing." This is the paradox of non-attachment. When you stop trying to possess something, you become free to truly enjoy it. When you release your death grip on life, you can finally feel life flowing through your fingers. When you stop demanding that love look a certain way, you become capable of recognizing love in all its forms. Non-attachment doesn't mean not caring. It doesn't mean becoming cold or indifferent. It means caring so deeply that you want what's best for someone or something, even if that means it moves away from you. It means loving with an open hand instead of a closed fist. Consider how differently you might experience your relationships if you practiced loving without possessing. Instead of trying to change your partner into your ideal person, you could appreciate who they actually are. Instead of fearing that your friends might outgrow you, you could celebrate their growth and trust that true friendship evolves rather than ending. Instead of clinging to your children, you could guide them toward independence with joy rather than fear. The freedom that comes from releasing attachment extends beyond relationships. Think about your career ambitions, your financial goals, your plans for the future. What would change if you pursued these things wholeheartedly while holding them lightly? If you worked toward your dreams without demanding specific outcomes? If you planted seeds with dedication but trusted the garden to grow in its own time and way? This doesn't mean becoming passive or giving up on what matters to you. Buddhist monks who practice non-attachment often care more deeply about reducing suffering in the world than people who are attached to being seen as good or successful. When you're not attached to getting credit, you can focus entirely on being helpful. When you're not attached to specific outcomes, you can respond to each situation with fresh wisdom rather than rigid expectations. The practice of letting go begins with small things. Notice when you're gripping your phone too tightly during a stressful conversation. Observe when you're holding your breath while waiting for news. Feel when your shoulders tense because someone isn't behaving the way you want them to. These physical tensions are mirrors of mental attachments. Practice releasing in tiny moments throughout your day. When traffic is slow, let go of your schedule and be present with the delay. When someone disagrees with you, release your need to be right and listen with curiosity. When plans change unexpectedly, soften your grip on how things should be and remain open to what wants to emerge. The Buddhist teaching of non-attachment isn't about loss. It's about abundance. When you're not using all your energy trying to hold on to what you have infinite capacity to receive what's coming. When you're not focused on possessing, you become available for genuine connection. When you stop grasping, your hands are finally free to give and receive with equal grace. Every spiritual tradition has discovered this truth in its own way. Christians speak of letting go and letting God. Taoists teach about Wu Wei, effortless action that flows with natural rhythms. Indigenous wisdom keepers understand that we belong to the land rather than the land belonging to us. All these teachings point toward the same liberation, the freedom that comes from releasing our illusion of control. Right now, there's something in your life you're holding too tightly. Maybe it's obvious. A relationship you're trying to force, a job you're afraid to lose, a version of yourself you're desperate to maintain. Maybe it's subtle, an expectation about how your day should unfold, a need for others to understand you, a demand that life makes sense in the way you think it should. What would happen if you loosened your grip just a little? Not giving up, not walking away, but holding with the same gentle attention you might give to a butterfly that landed on your hand. Present, appreciative, but ready to let it fly when it's ready to go. This is the art of letting go. Not a single dramatic release, but a gradual softening, a daily practice of choosing love over possession, flow over rigidity, trust over control. It's the recognition that everything you truly need will find its way to you, and everything that leaves was never meant to stay. The master's glass sits on his table, beautiful and temporary. He drinks his tea with gratitude, knowing that both the glass and the moment are gifts that don't require his grasping to remain precious. In accepting their impermanence, he discovers something that never breaks, never leaves, never needs to be held. The peace that comes from letting go, the freedom that flows from releasing, the love that multiplies when shared without attachment. Your hands are already full of everything you truly need. You just need to stop gripping long enough to notice what's always been there. A farmer's horse ran away, and the neighbors said, "How terrible! What bad luck!" The farmer simply replied, "Maybe." The next day, the horse returned, bringing with it 7 wild horses. The neighbors exclaimed, "How wonderful! What good fortune!" Again, the farmer said, "Maybe." When the farmer's son tried to tame one of the wild horses, he was thrown and broke his leg. The neighbors shook their heads. "How awful! What misfortune!" The farmer's response remained the same. "Maybe." A week later, military officials came to the village to draft young men for war. Because of his broken leg, the farmer's son was passed over. The neighbors celebrated. "How fortunate! What a blessing!" And the farmer, wise in his understanding, simply said, "Maybe." This ancient story reveals one of life's most profound truths. We spend so much energy labeling our experiences as good or bad, fortune or misfortune, blessing or curse. But life is far more complex than our judgments allow. What appears to be a disaster today might be the very thing that saves us tomorrow. What seems like a blessing might lead to unexpected challenges. The farmer understood something that most of us struggle to learn. Acceptance doesn't mean liking what happens. It means recognizing that our resistance to what happens creates more suffering than the events themselves. It means understanding that life has an intelligence far greater than our limited perspective can comprehend. Some of you are fighting something right now. Maybe it's a change you didn't choose, a job loss, a relationship ending, a health challenge, a move to a new place. Maybe it's something internal, anxiety that won't quiet, sadness that lingers, anger that feels justified but burns you from the inside. Maybe it's something about yourself you've been trying to fix or improve for years. You're exhausted from the battle, but you don't know how to stop fighting. Here's what Buddhism teaches about that fight. Every moment you spend resisting what is already here is a moment stolen from your life. Every ounce of energy you use fighting reality is energy unavailable for creating something beautiful. Every thought focused on how things should be different is a thought that could be appreciating what actually is. But acceptance is widely misunderstood. People think it means giving up, becoming passive, or resigning yourself to circumstances you don't like. They imagine acceptance as a kind of spiritual defeat, waving a white flag and surrendering to whatever life throws at you. This couldn't be further from the truth. True acceptance is incredibly active. It's the difference between swimming against a powerful current and learning to navigate with it. When you're fighting the current, all your energy goes into not drowning. You exhaust yourself just staying in place. But when you stop fighting and start swimming with the flow, you can actually direct your movement. You can choose your destination. You work with the river's power instead of against it. A woman shared her story with me about losing her job after 15 years with the same company. At first, she fought the reality with everything she had. She applied desperately for similar positions, trying to recreate what she'd lost. She spent sleepless nights worrying about money, raging against the unfairness of corporate downsizing, and frantically networking to get back to where she'd been. She was like someone trying to swim upstream in a flooding river. After months of exhaustion, she had a realization. Fighting the current wasn't getting her anywhere. It was only wearing her out. So she tried something different. She accepted that this job loss had happened, not because she liked it, but because it was already true. She stopped wasting energy on wishing things were different and started asking what this change might be trying to teach her. In that space of acceptance, something shifted. Instead of frantically grabbing for any job that resembled her old one, she began exploring what kind of work would actually fulfill her. She discovered interests she'd buried for years. She took a part-time position that paid less, but allowed her to pursue training in a field she'd always been curious about. 6 months later, she was doing work she loved more than anything she'd done in the previous decade. The job loss that felt like the end of my world was actually the beginning of my real life, she told me. But I could only see that when I stopped fighting what had already happened and started working with what was actually true. This is the paradox of acceptance. The moment you stop fighting your circumstances, you become free to change them. When you're no longer using all your energy to resist what is you, suddenly have tremendous power to influence what becomes. When you accept the current moment completely, you can respond to it with wisdom instead of reacting from fear. The Buddha called this right effort, one of the steps on the noble eightfold path. Right effort isn't about trying harder or pushing through resistance. It's about applying your energy skillfully, like that swimmer who learns to work with the current instead of against it. It's effort aligned with the natural flow of life, rather than opposed to it. Think about a tree in a storm. The rigid tree that refuses to bend will snap and break, but the flexible tree that bends with the wind survives even hurricanes. The tree doesn't stop being a tree when it bends. It reveals its true strength through adaptation. Acceptance is like that flexibility. It's not weakness. It's intelligence responding to reality. When you practice acceptance, you're not agreeing that everything is perfect or that injustice should be ignored. You're simply acknowledging what is actually happening right now. From that foundation of truth, you can take wise action. But when you're lost in resistance, fighting with reality in your mind, you can't see clearly enough to respond skillfully. A meditation teacher once asked her students to notice the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is what happens, she said. Suffering is what we add to pain through resistance. If you touch something hot, your hand hurts. That's pain, and it's natural and useful. It tells you to move your hand away from danger. But if you spend the next hour angry about the burn, replaying how it happened, wishing it hadn't occurred, that's suffering. That's the extra layer of pain we create through non-acceptance. Most of our emotional suffering follows this pattern. Something happens that we don't like. Instead of feeling the natural response and letting it move through us, we resist it. We tell stories about why it shouldn't have happened. We replay scenarios where it didn't happen. We imagine how different everything would be if only this one thing were different. And in all that mental activity, we multiply our pain exponentially. Acceptance breaks this cycle. When something difficult happens, you feel it fully, but you don't add the extra layer of resistance. You let the natural emotion move through you, like weather passing through the sky. Sadness comes and goes. Anger rises and falls. Fear appears and dissolves. But you don't get stuck fighting the weather. You let it be what it is. This doesn't make you emotionally numb or spiritually bypassing your feelings. Actually, the opposite happens. When you stop resisting your emotions, you can feel them more clearly. When you accept sadness without fighting it, it flows through you and completes itself naturally. When you let anger be present without judging it, it can show you what boundaries need to be set. When you welcome fear without pushing it away, it can guide you toward what needs attention. The practice of acceptance begins with small moments. The next time you're stuck in traffic, instead of fighting the delay, practice accepting it. Notice how resistance feels in your body, the tension in your shoulders, the tightness in your jaw. Then try softening around the situation. The traffic is what it is. Fighting it in your mind won't change it, but accepting it might change how you experience it. Practice with small disappointments. When plans change unexpectedly, when technology doesn't work, when people don't respond the way you hoped, use these moments as training grounds for acceptance. Each time you choose to work with reality instead of against it, you build your capacity for handling larger challenges with grace. But acceptance doesn't mean you stop having preferences or working toward change. The farmer in the story didn't stop caring for his horses or his land. He just stopped wasting energy on judging each event as absolutely good or bad. You can prefer that your life goes smoothly while accepting when it doesn't. You can work toward goals while remaining flexible about outcomes. You can love someone deeply while accepting their freedom to make their own choices. This is the wisdom of the farmer's maybe. Maybe this challenge you're facing is here to strengthen you. Maybe this loss is creating space for something better. Maybe this detour is actually a shortcut to where you need to be. Maybe your resistance is the only thing standing between you and peace. You don't have to like what's happening to accept it. You don't have to understand why it's happening to work with it. You just have to stop arguing with reality long enough to see what it's actually offering you. Right now, there's something in your life you've been fighting. Something you've been pushing against, resisting, wishing were different. What would happen if you stopped swimming upstream for just a moment? What would happen if you said maybe to whatever is troubling you? What would happen if you trusted that life's current might actually be carrying you somewhere you need to go? The river of existence is incredibly powerful. You can exhaust yourself fighting it, or you can learn to navigate it with wisdom and grace. The choice, in every moment, is yours. Maybe what you're resisting is exactly what you need to embrace. Maybe. Every scar tells a story of survival. Look at your hands right now and notice the small marks there, tiny reminders of moments when life tested your resilience and you emerged. That thin line across your knuckle from when you learned to ride a bike. The barely visible mark from a childhood accident that taught you to be more careful. Each mark is proof that you've faced difficulty and continued. But the deepest scars aren't always visible on our skin. They're carved into our consciousness by experiences that challenged everything we thought we knew about life. The loss that broke your heart open. The failure that forced you to question your path. The betrayal that taught you about human nature. The illness that reminded you how precious health really is. Buddhism teaches something that might surprise you about these difficult experiences. They're not punishments sent to break you down. They're not evidence that life is meaningless or cruel. They're actually some of life's most important teachers, messengers carrying wisdom that can only be delivered through direct experience. But there's something even deeper happening in your darkest moments. Something that most people miss because they're too focused on escaping the pain instead of listening to its message. The Buddha discovered this truth through his own journey with suffering. Before his enlightenment, he was Prince Siddhartha, sheltered from all forms of hardship. His father tried to protect him from ever seeing old age, sickness, or death. But when Siddhartha finally encountered these realities, he didn't just see suffering. He saw the universal human condition. He understood that avoiding pain wasn't the path to peace. Transforming our relationship with pain was. This insight led him to one of Buddhism's most profound teachings. Suffering isn't the opposite of wisdom. When met with awareness and acceptance, suffering becomes wisdom's birthplace. Every challenge you've faced has contained a hidden gift, though you might not have been ready to unwrap it at the time. Think about the most difficult period in your life. Maybe it was losing someone you couldn't imagine living without. Maybe it was a health crisis that stopped your world in its tracks. Maybe it was a professional failure that shattered your sense of identity. Maybe it was a relationship that ended when you thought it would last forever. In the midst of that experience, you probably couldn't see any purpose in your pain. But now, with the perspective that only time can provide, can you see how that difficulty changed you? Not just the obvious ways, the sadness, the fear, the sense of loss, but the deeper transformations. Did it make you more compassionate toward others who were struggling? Did it teach you about your own strength? Did it clarify what really mattered to you? Did it open your heart in ways that only breaking can? This is what Buddhism calls the noble quality of suffering. Not that suffering itself is noble, but that consciousness has the remarkable ability to extract meaning and wisdom from even the most painful experiences. Like an alchemist transforming base metals into gold, awareness can transform wounds into wisdom. The process isn't automatic, though. Pain alone doesn't create wisdom. Millions of people experience difficulty and become bitter rather than wise, closed rather than open, fearful rather than brave. The difference lies in how we meet our challenges, whether we resist them or learn from them, whether we let them harden us or allow them to crack us open to greater understanding. Nature offers the perfect metaphor for this transformation in the life cycle of a butterfly. Most people know that butterflies emerge from cocoons, but few understand what actually happens inside that dark, confined space. The caterpillar doesn't simply grow wings and fly away. It literally dissolves. Its entire body breaks down into a nutrient soup. Everything it was as a caterpillar must die for the butterfly to be born. This process is called metamorphosis, and it's one of nature's most profound teachings about transformation. The caterpillar doesn't choose to dissolve. The process is triggered by forces beyond its control. But within that dissolution, something miraculous happens. Clusters of cells called imaginal discs, which have been dormant throughout the caterpillar's life, suddenly activate. These cells carry the blueprint for wings, for antennae, for everything the butterfly will become. But they can only emerge when the old form has broken down completely. Your most challenging experiences work the same way. They dissolve old versions of yourself that have outlived their purpose. They break down outdated beliefs about how life should work. They destroy illusions that were keeping you trapped in patterns too small for who you're becoming. And in that breaking down, they activate dormant potentials within you, your imaginal discs of wisdom, compassion, and strength. A woman once shared her story about surviving cancer in her 30s. She described the diagnosis as feeling like her entire world was dissolving. Everything she'd planned, everything she'd counted on, everything she thought she knew about her future suddenly became uncertain. She spent months in what felt like a dark cocoon of medical treatments, fear, and profound questioning about the meaning of existence. But during that time of dissolution, something else was happening. She was discovering parts of herself she'd never known existed. She found courage she didn't know she had. She experienced love from others that touched her more deeply than anything in her previous life. She developed a capacity for presence and gratitude that transformed how she experienced every ordinary moment. The crisis that seemed like it was destroying her life was actually revealing her true nature. "I wouldn't choose to go through cancer again," she told me, "but I also wouldn't trade the person I became because of it. The illness broke me open in ways that nothing else could have. It showed me what I was really made of." This doesn't mean we should seek out suffering, or that all pain has a silver lining. Some experiences are genuinely tragic, and it would be cruel to suggest otherwise. But even in the darkest circumstances, consciousness has the capacity to find meaning, to extract wisdom, to grow in ways that wouldn't have been possible without the challenge. Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist, wrote about this phenomenon after his experience in concentration camps. He observed that even in the most horrific circumstances, some people found ways to maintain their humanity, to help others, to discover meaning in their suffering. They couldn't control their external circumstances, but they could choose how to respond to them. That choice, he realized, was the last freedom that could never be taken away. Buddhism calls this the transformation of suffering through right understanding. When you understand that difficulties are not punishments, but opportunities for growth, your relationship with challenge completely changes. When you recognize that your greatest struggles often precede your most significant breakthroughs, you can meet adversity with curiosity rather than just resistance. This doesn't mean pretending to be grateful for painful experiences while you're in the middle of them. That would be spiritual bypassing, using spiritual concepts to avoid feeling difficult emotions. Instead, it means learning to hold two truths simultaneously. You can acknowledge that something is genuinely difficult while remaining open to what it might be teaching you. You can grieve what you've lost while staying available to what wants to emerge. The practice begins with changing the questions you ask during difficult times. Instead of only asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you can also ask, "What is this experience trying to teach me?" Instead of focusing solely on, "How can I make this pain stop?" you can explore, "How might this challenge be helping me grow?" Instead of just wondering, "When will this be over?" you can investigate, "Who am I becoming through this experience?" These aren't meant to replace your natural responses to difficulty. It's normal and healthy to feel sad when you lose something important, angry when you're treated unfairly, or afraid when facing uncertainty. But alongside those natural emotions, you can cultivate the awareness that watches your experience with loving attention. This awareness is what transforms raw experience into wisdom. One of the most beautiful aspects of this transformation is how it prepares you to help others. The difficulties you've faced and integrated become sources of compassion for others facing similar challenges. Your wounds, when properly healed, become wells of wisdom from which you can draw to support someone else's healing. This is why some of the most effective healers, teachers, and counselors are people who have faced significant adversity themselves. A man who struggled with addiction for years and eventually found recovery became a counselor helping others face similar challenges. "My addiction nearly destroyed my life," he reflected. "But my recovery saved not just me, but everyone I've been able to help since then. The darkness I experienced gave me credibility and compassion that I could never have developed any other way." This is the hidden gift within your most difficult experiences. They're not just random events that happen to you. They're part of your unique curriculum for developing the qualities that consciousness wants to express through your particular life. The challenges you've faced have prepared you to offer something to the world that only you can give. Right now, you might be in the middle of your own cocoon experience. Something in your life might be dissolving, and you can't yet see what's trying to emerge. The old ways of being aren't working anymore, but the new ones haven't fully formed. You might feel lost, confused, or frightened by the uncertainty. If that's true for you, remember the butterfly. The dissolution phase is not destruction, it's preparation. The darkness is not permanent, it's incubation. The breaking down is making space for something to break through. Trust the process, even when you can't see where it's leading. Your scars, both visible and invisible, are not signs of damage. They're evidence of your capacity to heal, to grow, to become more than you were before. Each difficulty you've faced and integrated has added depth to your character, compassion to your heart, and wisdom to your understanding. The caterpillar cannot imagine flight while it's crawling on the ground, but the capacity for wings exists within it from the very beginning, waiting for the right conditions to emerge. The same is true for you. Whatever challenges you're facing are creating the conditions for capabilities you don't yet know you possess to unfold. Every scar tells a story of survival. But more than that, every scar tells a story of transformation, of consciousness meeting challenge and discovering something beautiful on the other side of breaking. Your metamorphosis is already underway. Trust the process, honor the dissolution, and prepare to discover wings you never knew you had. Notice the space between this word and this one. In that tiny gap, something extraordinary exists. Pure awareness, the present moment, in its most distilled form. Most of us rush right past these spaces, these pauses, these moments of pure now, but they contain everything we've been searching for. Your mind is a time machine. Right now, while you're listening to these words, part of your consciousness might be replaying a conversation from yesterday. Another part might be planning tomorrow's schedule. Another fragment might be worrying about something that may never happen. Meanwhile, this moment, the only moment that actually exists, slips by unnoticed. Buddhism calls this wandering mind, monkey mind, constantly jumping from branch to branch, never resting in one place. But unlike an actual monkey, your mind can travel through time. It swings from past regrets to future anxieties, from old resentments to imagined scenarios. And in all that mental time travel, you miss the richness of what's actually happening now. Feel your body touching whatever you're sitting or lying on. Notice the temperature of the air against your skin. Sense the weight of your clothes, the position of your hands. These sensations have been available to you this entire time, but your attention was probably elsewhere. This is the difference between existing in time and being present in time. Mindfulness isn't about emptying your mind or stopping your thoughts. That's impossible and unnecessary. Thoughts are like clouds passing through the sky of consciousness, natural, temporary, and not requiring your constant attention. Mindfulness is simply learning to notice where your attention is and gently guiding it back to this moment when it wanders. The practice can begin anywhere, with anything. Take eating, for instance. Most of us eat while doing 3 other things: watching television, scrolling our phones, planning our day. We shovel food into our mouths without tasting it, barely aware that we're nourishing our bodies. But eating can become a gateway to presence. Try this with your next meal. Before you take the first bite, pause and really look at your food. Notice the colors, the textures, the way light reflects off the surface. When you lift the fork or spoon to your mouth, feel the weight of it in your hand. As you chew, pay attention to the flavors unfolding on your tongue. Notice how your body responds, the salivation, the satisfaction, the gradual feeling of nourishment. This isn't about eating slowly or following rules about nutrition. It's about being present with whatever you're doing instead of absent from it. When you eat with awareness, something shifts. Food tastes more vibrant. You naturally eat the right amount because you're actually paying attention to your body's signals. The simple act of feeding yourself becomes a meditation. Walking offers another doorway into mindfulness. Usually, walking is just transportation, a way to get from here to there, while your mind is somewhere else entirely. But the Buddha often taught while walking, understanding that movement can actually support awareness rather than distract from it. The next time you walk anywhere, to your car, around your neighborhood, through a store, experiment with presence. Feel your feet making contact with the ground. Notice the rhythm of your steps, the swing of your arms, the way your body naturally balances with each movement. Pay attention to what you're passing: trees, buildings, other people, without getting lost in stories about what you see. Just notice. Just be present with the experience of walking. You might discover that when you walk mindfully, your body naturally finds a pace that feels nourishing rather than rushed. Your breathing deepens. Your nervous system calms. The destination becomes less important than the journey, and the journey becomes a source of peace rather than just a means to an end. But perhaps the most accessible mindfulness practice is something you're already doing every moment of your life: breathing. Your breath is always available as an anchor to the present moment. It's happening now, not 5 minutes ago or 5 minutes from now. It requires no special equipment, no particular posture, no perfect circumstances. Right now, without changing anything about your breathing, simply notice it. Feel the air moving in through your nose or mouth. Sense your chest or belly expanding and contracting. Follow the complete cycle: the in-breath, the brief pause, the out-breath, the space before the next inhalation begins. Your mind will inevitably wander away from your breath to sounds around you, to thoughts about your day, to anything other than this simple, present moment experience. When you notice your attention has drifted, that noticing itself is mindfulness. The moment you realize you've been thinking about something else is the moment you wake up from the trance of mental time travel. Gently return your attention to your breath without judgment, as many times as necessary. This returning is the practice. Not staying focused, but noticing when you've lost focus and coming back. Like training a puppy to walk on a leash, you patiently guide your attention back to where you want it to be, over and over again. Each return strengthens your capacity for presence. The benefits of this simple practice are profound and scientifically documented. Regular mindfulness practice literally changes your brain structure, increasing gray matter in areas associated with learning, memory, and emotional regulation. It decreases activity in the amygdala, the brain's alarm system, reducing your reactivity to stress. It strengthens the prefrontal cortex, improving your ability to make conscious choices rather than react automatically. But beyond the neurological changes, mindfulness transforms your relationship with experience itself. When you're present, even difficult emotions become workable. Instead of being swept away by anxiety, you can observe anxiety with compassion. Instead of being consumed by anger, you can notice anger without becoming it. Instead of drowning in sadness, you can feel sadness while maintaining your essential stability. A woman once described her discovery of mindfulness during a particularly stressful period at work. "I felt like I was always running behind, always anxious about the next deadline," she said. Then someone suggested I try taking 3 conscious breaths before starting each new task. Such a simple practice, but it changed everything. Those 3 breaths became like a reset button. They brought me back to center, reminded me that I could choose how to approach each moment. This is mindfulness in action, not retreating from life, but engaging with it more fully. Not avoiding challenges, but meeting them with greater awareness and stability. Not escaping the present moment, but discovering the richness that's been here all along. The practice works because presence is your natural state, You don't have to create mindfulness. You just have to stop covering it up with mental busyness. Underneath all the thinking, planning, worrying, and remembering, awareness is always here, always available, always peaceful. Mindfulness is simply the practice of returning home to yourself. You can be mindful while washing dishes, feeling the warm water and smooth surfaces. You can be present while having a conversation, really listening to the other person instead of preparing your response. You can practice awareness while standing in line, noticing your tendency to impatience without being consumed by it. Every moment offers an opportunity to wake up from the trance of automatic living. The Buddhist teacher Thich Nhat Hanh often said, "The present moment is the only time over which we have dominion." You can't change the past, no matter how much mental energy you spend replaying it. You can't control the future, despite all your planning and worrying. But this moment, this breath, this heartbeat, this opportunity for awareness is completely yours. Notice that right now, in this moment, you're probably okay. Not perfectly happy perhaps, but fundamentally okay. You're breathing. Your heart is beating. You're alive and aware. Most of our suffering exists in the stories we tell ourselves about the past or future, not in the actual reality of the present moment. This doesn't mean ignoring practical responsibilities or living recklessly. You can plan for the future and learn from the past while remaining anchored in present moment awareness. The difference is whether you're using thinking as a tool or being used by it, whether you're choosing your thoughts or being chosen by them. Mindfulness gives you that choice. It creates space between you and your mental activity, allowing you to respond rather than react. It reveals that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that notices thoughts. This recognition is profoundly liberating. As you continue listening to these words, notice that you're already practicing mindfulness. You're paying attention to something happening right now. Your awareness is present with these ideas, these sounds, this moment. This capacity for presence isn't something you need to develop. It's something you need to remember you already have. The magic of mindfulness isn't that it makes life perfect. It makes life real. It brings you back from the fictional worlds of past and future into the actual world of now. And now, it turns out, is where all the beauty, peace, and possibility have been waiting for you all along. Between this word and this one, infinite space exists. In that space, you can find everything you've been searching for. Not tomorrow, not after you fix everything in your life, not when circumstances become perfect. Right now, in the magic of this moment, your mind can be your prison or your liberation. The same consciousness that creates your suffering has the power to transform it into wisdom. The same awareness that gets trapped in stories of victimhood can learn to see those stories as temporary weather patterns passing through the vast sky of being. This transformation isn't magic. It's the natural result of understanding how consciousness actually works. For most of your life, you've probably related to difficult experiences as things that happen to you. Someone hurts your feelings, and you become the wounded person. Life doesn't go according to plan, and you become the disappointed person. You lose something important, and you become the grieving person. This isn't wrong. These responses are natural and human, but they're not the whole story. Buddhism reveals something remarkable about the nature of suffering. Most of our pain doesn't come from what happens to us. It comes from the stories we tell ourselves about what happens to us. It comes from taking temporary experiences and making them permanent identities. It comes from personalizing what is actually impersonal. When you cut your finger, the pain is immediate and real. Your body sends signals to your brain saying, "Injury here, pay attention." But then your mind often adds layers to that simple experience. "I'm so clumsy," you might think. "This always happens to me. Now my whole day is ruined." The original pain was clean and purposeful. It protected you from further harm. But the mental suffering that follows is optional. The Buddha called this the difference between the first arrow and the second arrow. Life shoots the first arrow, the actual event, the real pain, the unavoidable difficulty. But we shoot ourselves with the second arrow through our resistance, our stories, our refusal to accept what's already happened. The first arrow hurts. The second arrow creates suffering. Learning to distinguish between these two arrows is the beginning of transformation. When something difficult happens, you can ask yourself, what is the actual experience here, and what am I adding to it? What is the pain, and what is the story about the pain? What is happening now, and what am I imagining might happen because of this? This inquiry isn't about denying your feelings or minimizing your experiences. It's about developing the capacity to observe your inner life with the same clarity you might use to observe the weather. Clouds form and dissolve in the sky without the sky being damaged by them. Emotions arise and pass through consciousness without consciousness being fundamentally altered by them. A man once shared his journey with this understanding after going through a painful divorce. At first, I was completely identified with being the rejected husband, he told me. Every conversation I had, every thought I thought, every emotion I felt was filtered through that identity. I was drowning in the story of my victimhood. For months, he lived in that narrative, replaying the events that led to the breakup, imagining different outcomes, nurturing resentment and self-pity. Then something shifted. I started noticing that I wasn't just the hurt person. I was also the person who was aware of being hurt. There was a part of me that could observe my pain without being consumed by it. That observer wasn't damaged by what had happened. It was just watching with compassion as these experiences moved through my life. This is the awakening that Buddhism points toward. Not the elimination of difficult experiences, but the recognition that you are larger than any experience you might have. You are not your thoughts about what happened. You are not your emotions about your circumstances. You are the awareness within which all thoughts and emotions appear and disappear. When you truly understand this, something miraculous occurs. Suffering stops being personal. Instead of, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to ask, "What is this experience teaching?" Instead of, "How can I make this pain stop?" you wonder, "How can I meet this pain with wisdom?" Instead of, "What did I do to deserve this?" you inquire, "What capacity is this difficulty helping me develop?" The shift from victim consciousness to student consciousness changes everything. This transformation happens through what Buddhist teachers call the alchemy of consciousness. Just as medieval alchemists sought to transform base metals into gold, awareness has the power to transform base experiences into spiritual gold. The raw material of your life, including its most painful elements, becomes the very substance from which wisdom is extracted. But this alchemy requires a willingness to be present with difficult experiences rather than escaping from them. Most of us have learned to avoid pain through distraction, numbing, or denial. We reach for our phones when we feel lonely. We busy ourselves with work when we feel anxious. We blame others when we feel hurt. These strategies provide temporary relief, but they prevent the transformation that can only happen through conscious engagement with difficulty. True healing happens when you turn toward your pain with the same gentle attention you might offer to a frightened child. When you stop running from your emotions and start listening to them. When you recognize that every feeling, no matter how uncomfortable, contains information about what you need for your growth and well-being. A woman who struggled with anxiety for years described her breakthrough this way. "I spent decades trying to get rid of my anxiety, seeing it as an enemy that was ruining my life. Then I learned to get curious about it instead of just afraid of it. I started asking my anxiety what it was trying to protect me from, what it wanted me to pay attention to. When I stopped fighting it and started listening to it, everything changed. The anxiety didn't disappear, but it stopped controlling my life. It became a messenger instead of a monster." This is the shift from resistance to acceptance, from victim to student, from unconscious suffering to conscious transformation. It happens not through forcing or striving, but through a gentle revolution in understanding. You begin to see that consciousness itself is never actually damaged by any experience it encounters. Like space, which can contain storms without being disturbed by them, awareness remains essentially untouched by whatever moves through it. The practice involves learning to identify with that spacious awareness rather than with the temporary contents of your experience. You are not the anxiety. You are the one who notices anxiety. You are not the sadness. You are the presence that can hold sadness with compassion. You are not the anger. You are the wisdom that can understand what anger is trying to communicate. This doesn't mean becoming detached or emotionally numb. Actually, the opposite happens. When you're not afraid of your emotions, you can feel them more fully. When you're not identified with your pain, you can respond to it more skillfully. When you understand that all experiences are temporary visitors in the house of consciousness, you can welcome them all with greater courage and grace. The moment suffering stops being personal is the moment you discover your true nature. Not as a victim of circumstances, but as consciousness itself, vast, unshakable, and inherently free. Not as someone who has problems, but as awareness within which problems arise and resolve naturally. Not as someone who needs to be fixed, but as wholeness itself, temporarily forgetting its own completeness. This recognition doesn't eliminate challenges from your life. You'll still face losses, disappointments, and difficulties. But you'll meet them from a completely different place, not as threats to your identity, but as opportunities for consciousness to know itself more deeply. Not as evidence that something is wrong with you or your life, but as the natural flow of existence expressing itself through your particular experience. Buddhist texts speak of this as awakening from the dream of separation. The dream that you are separate from life, separate from other beings, separate from the intelligence that orchestrates existence itself. When that dream dissolves, what remains is not emptiness but fullness, the recognition that you are not a separate wave struggling against the ocean, but the ocean itself, temporarily taking the form of a wave. This understanding transforms not just how you relate to your own suffering, but how you relate to the suffering of others. When you know that consciousness is universal, that awareness is shared, that we are all expressions of the same fundamental being, compassion becomes natural. Other people's pain becomes as real and important as your own because you recognize there is no fundamental separation between self and other. Right now, as you listen to these words, notice that awareness is already here. You don't have to create it, or achieve it, or earn it. You are it. The consciousness that is aware of thoughts, aware of sensations, aware of emotions, aware of whatever is arising in this moment, that consciousness is your true identity. Everything else is just content passing through. Your mind can indeed be your prison, keeping you trapped in stories of limitation and separation. But that same mind, understood correctly, becomes the key to absolute freedom. Not freedom from life, but freedom to live fully. Not freedom from feeling, but freedom to feel without being overwhelmed. Not freedom from challenge, but freedom to meet every challenge as an opportunity for growth and awakening. The transformation is available right now, not as something you need to earn or develop, but as something you need to remember. You are not broken and in need of fixing. You are whole and ready for recognizing. The very awareness that can witness your suffering is itself free from suffering. And that awareness is who you really are. In this moment of recognition, suffering stops being personal. It becomes impersonal, natural, workable, temporary, and ultimately sacred, another way for consciousness to know itself more completely. This is the liberation that Buddha pointed toward. Not escape from the human experience, but awakening within it. The mind transformed from prison to temple, from source of suffering to doorway of freedom. Seeds need darkness to grow. Buried beneath the soil, surrounded by what seems like death and emptiness, they quietly undergo the transformation that will eventually bring them into the light. Without that period of darkness, without the pressure of earth above them, without the seeming burial that looks like an ending, they would never become what they're meant to be. Your life follows the same principle. The periods that feel like burial, when everything familiar crumbles, when certainty dissolves, when the old way of being no longer works, these aren't punishments or mistakes. They're incubation periods. They're the darkness necessary for your next level of growth. But we resist this natural cycle with everything we have. We build elaborate comfort zones designed to keep everything predictable, safe, and under control. We create routines that insulate us from uncertainty. We surround ourselves with familiar people, familiar environments, familiar ways of thinking. And while these comfort zones serve a purpose, providing stability and security, they can also become prisons that prevent our evolution. Buddhism teaches that growth requires what they call beneficial instability. The gentle disruption that forces consciousness to expand beyond its current boundaries. Like a snake that must shed its skin to continue growing, we must periodically release outdated versions of ourselves to become who we're meant to be. But unlike the snake, we often fight the shedding process instead of trusting it. Think about the most significant growth periods in your life. Were they during times of ease and comfort? Or were they during times of challenge and upheaval? Most people, when they honestly reflect, realize that their greatest leaps forward happened during their most difficult periods. Not because suffering is inherently good, but because disruption creates the conditions where transformation becomes possible. A woman once described her experience of losing her job at 45 after 20 years with the same company. "I was terrified," she admitted. "My whole identity was wrapped up in being successful in that career. Without it, I didn't know who I was." For months, she clung to the familiar, applying only for similar positions, trying to recreate what she'd lost. But the old doors remained closed. "I fought the change for almost a year," she continued. "I was angry, resentful, desperate to get back to my comfort zone. But slowly, I started to realize that maybe this disruption was trying to show me something. Maybe my comfort zone had become a cage. In that space of not knowing, she began exploring interests she'd abandoned decades earlier. She took classes, volunteered, experimented with different ways of being. Eventually, she started her own business, doing work that lit her up in ways her old job never had. I would never have had the courage to make that leap if life hadn't pushed me out of my nest, she reflected. The crisis I thought was destroying my life was actually setting up the best chapter I've ever lived. This is what Buddhism means when it speaks of crisis as spiritual invitation. Not that difficult times are fun or easy, but that they often carry hidden wisdom about what needs to change in our lives. When external circumstances force us out of our patterns, we have the opportunity to see those patterns clearly for the first time. When familiar supports fall away, we discover inner resources we never knew we had. Every breakdown is setting up a breakthrough. This isn't wishful thinking or spiritual bypassing of genuine difficulty. It's recognition of a natural law that operates throughout existence. In nature, this principle is everywhere. Forest fires provide a perfect example. When lightning strikes and flames sweep through a woodland, it looks like pure destruction. Ancient trees reduced to ash. Decades of growth apparently lost in hours. But forest ecologists understand something that casual observers miss. Many forest ecosystems require periodic fires to remain healthy. The intense heat cracks open seeds that have been dormant for years. Seeds that can only germinate after exposure to fire. The ash enriches the soil with nutrients that wouldn't otherwise be available. The clearing of old growth allows sunlight to reach the forest floor, enabling new species to take root. What appeared to be devastation was actually regeneration. The forest emerges more diverse, more resilient, more vibrant than before. Your personal storms work the same way. The relationship that ends opens space for deeper self-love and eventually healthier partnership. The illness that stops your busy life in its tracks teaches you what really matters. The financial crisis that strips away material security reveals inner wealth you'd forgotten you possessed. The loss that breaks your heart open allows more love to flow through you than you ever imagined possible. But this transformation isn't automatic. Fire can destroy as well as regenerate, depending on conditions. Similarly, life's storms can lead to growth or to destruction, depending on how we meet them. The difference lies in our willingness to work with the disruption rather than simply endure it. Buddhism offers specific guidance for navigating these transformative periods skillfully. First, recognize that crisis often signals the death of an old way of being that was no longer serving you. Second, resist the urge to immediately rebuild exactly what was lost. Third, use the space created by disruption to explore new possibilities. Fourth, trust that something wants to emerge through you, even if you can't yet see what it is. a man shared his journey through what he called his dark night of the business owner. After building a successful company over 15 years, everything began falling apart simultaneously. Key employees left. Major clients pulled out. Financial pressures mounted. I felt like I was failing at everything I'd worked so hard to build, he said. Initially, he fought the crisis with desperate energy, working longer hours, taking bigger risks, refusing to accept that his old strategies weren't working. But the situation continued deteriorating until he had no choice but to slow down and reassess. In that forced stillness, I realized I'd been running my business from fear and ego for years. I'd lost touch with why I'd started it in the first place, to serve something meaningful. The crisis became his teacher. Instead of trying to save his old business model, he allowed it to transform. He let go of employees who weren't aligned with his values. He shifted focus from growth at any cost to sustainable impact. He rebuilt from a place of purpose rather than panic. The company that emerged was smaller but stronger, more authentic, more sustainable. The breakdown had cleared away everything that wasn't essential. This is the gift hidden within life's storms. They have an uncanny ability to clear away what isn't authentic, what isn't sustainable, what isn't truly serving our highest good. They force us to distinguish between what we think we need and what we actually need, between what we think we want and what truly fulfills us, between who we think we should be and who we authentically are. The process isn't comfortable. Growth rarely is. Seeds don't enjoy being buried. Forests don't welcome fire. Butterflies don't find dissolution pleasant. But transformation requires these periods of apparent destruction. They're not obstacles to our evolution. They are our evolution. When you're in the middle of your own storm, it can be impossible to see its regenerative purpose. The wind is too strong, the rain too blinding, the thunder too overwhelming. In those moments, the practice isn't to pretend you're grateful for the difficulty. It's to maintain faith that this storm, like all storms, will pass. And when it does, something new will be possible that wasn't possible before. Sometimes the transformation is obvious and immediate. Other times it takes years to understand what was being cleared away and what was being prepared for. But if you look back honestly at the major disruptions in your life, you'll likely find that each one, however painful, moved you toward greater authenticity, deeper wisdom, or more genuine fulfillment. Right now, you might be in the middle of your own storm. Something in your life might be falling apart, changing unexpectedly, or feeling completely out of control. If so, remember the seed in darkness, the forest in flames, the butterfly in dissolution. This apparent ending might be the beginning you've been waiting for. This breakdown might be setting up the breakthrough that will define the next chapter of your life. The storm isn't your enemy. It's life's way of clearing space for your next level of growth. Trust the process. Lean into the unknown. Let the old fall away to make room for what wants to emerge. Every breakdown is setting up a breakthrough. The darkness you're in right now is the fertile soil from which your new life will grow. And when you finally see what was being prepared in the darkness, you'll understand why the storm was exactly what you needed. There's an intelligence running through everything. Not the kind of intelligence that plans and calculates, but a deeper wisdom that orchestrates the unfolding of existence itself. The same force that tells flowers when to bloom and rivers which way to flow. The same intelligence that beats your heart without your conscious control and heals your cuts while you sleep. Buddhism calls this Dharma, the natural order that governs all of life. You've felt this before, haven't you? Those moments when everything seemed to align perfectly without your effort. When the right person appeared at exactly the right time. When opportunities opened just as you were ready for them. When what seemed like terrible timing turned out to be perfect timing in disguise. These weren't coincidences. They were glimpses of Dharma in action. Most of us live as if we're separate from this natural order, as if we have to force life to work through sheer willpower and constant effort. We push against closed doors instead of noticing which ones are opening. We try to make things happen on our timeline instead of recognizing life's timeline. We exhaust ourselves swimming upstream when the current would carry us exactly where we need to go. But Dharma operates whether we recognize it or not. Like gravity, it's a fundamental force that shapes reality, regardless of our belief in it. The difference is whether we work with it or against it, whether we learn to recognize its patterns or remain blind to its guidance, whether we trust its timing or fight it every step of the way. Understanding Dharma begins with observing the natural world. An apple tree doesn't force itself to produce fruit in winter. It follows an internal rhythm that aligns with seasonal cycles, producing exactly what's needed when conditions are right. A river doesn't struggle to reach the ocean. It simply follows the path of least resistance, knowing that every drop will eventually find its way home. Human beings are part of this same natural order, but we've forgotten how to listen to its signals. We've been taught to rely entirely on mental planning and logical analysis. These faculties are valuable, but they're only part of the picture. Dharma includes a kind of knowing that operates beyond the rational mind, an intuitive understanding of when to act and when to wait, when to speak and when to remain silent, when to hold on and when to let go. This doesn't mean becoming passive or fatalistic. Dharma isn't about sitting back and waiting for life to happen to you. It's about learning to sense the natural rhythms of existence and aligning your actions with them. Like a skilled sailor who reads the wind and adjusts the sails accordingly, you can learn to read life's currents and navigate them with wisdom. A gardener understands this principle intuitively. She knows there's a time for planting and a time for harvesting, a time for watering and a time for letting the soil rest. She works with the seasons rather than against them, understanding that forcing growth out of season leads to weak, unsustainable results. Her garden flourishes because she honors natural timing. Your life operates according to similar principles. There are seasons for expansion and seasons for consolidation, periods when everything flows easily, and periods when obstacles seem to appear everywhere, times when opportunities abound, and times when doors appear locked. Learning to recognize these natural rhythms can save you enormous amounts of wasted energy and frustration. When you're pushing hard against multiple obstacles and nothing seems to be working, Dharma might be suggesting it's not the right time for that particular action. When everything falls into place effortlessly, when synchronicities multiply and doors open before you even knock, Dharma is indicating alignment with natural flow. These aren't mystical signs requiring special interpretation. They're feedback from the intelligence that orchestrates existence. A woman shared her experience of trying to start a business for 3 years. Every step was a struggle. Funding fell through repeatedly. Key partnerships dissolved unexpectedly. Technical problems appeared out of nowhere. I kept pushing because I thought persistence was a virtue, she explained. But I was exhausted and getting nowhere. Then she made a decision that felt counterintuitive. She stopped pushing. Not because she gave up on her vision, but because she began listening more carefully to life's feedback. I decided to trust that if this business was meant to exist, the path would become clearer, she said. Within months, circumstances shifted dramatically. A chance conversation led to unexpected funding. Technical solutions appeared through serendipitous connections. What had been impossible suddenly became inevitable. The same idea, the same passion, the same skills, she reflected. But completely different timing. I learned that Dharma isn't just about what you do, it's about when you do it. This understanding of divine timing challenges our culture's emphasis on constant action and immediate results. We're taught that delay means failure, that waiting is wasting time. But Dharma operates on a scale larger than our impatience. It considers factors we can't see, connections we're unaware of, preparations we don't know are needed. Sometimes, what appears to be a delay is actually protection. The relationship that doesn't work out clears space for a deeper connection. The job you don't get leads to an opportunity you couldn't have imagined. The move that gets postponed allows circumstances to align more favorably. What feels like life working against you might be life working for you in ways you don't yet understand. Learning to trust this bigger pattern requires developing what Buddhism calls beginner's mind, approaching each situation with curiosity rather than predetermined expectations. Instead of insisting that life conform to your timeline, you become interested in discovering life's timeline. Instead of forcing predetermined outcomes, you remain open to possibilities you haven't considered. This doesn't mean abandoning goals or losing ambition. It means holding your intentions lightly while staying alert to how they want to manifest. Like a jazz musician who knows the melody but remains open to improvisation, you can maintain direction while allowing for creative adaptation. The practice involves paying attention to subtle signals that most people miss. Notice when your energy feels expansive versus contracted around certain decisions. Observe when opportunities seem to multiply versus when obstacles keep appearing. Pay attention to the quality of your sleep, your dreams, your overall sense of flow when you're moving in different directions. Your body and intuition often recognize Dharma before your mind does. There's also wisdom in recognizing that some resistance comes from ego rather than poor timing. When challenges arise because you're stepping outside your comfort zone or confronting old patterns, that's different from challenges that arise because you're swimming against natural current. The first type of resistance calls for courage and persistence. The second calls for patience and flexibility. Learning to distinguish between them is crucial. Buddhist teachers often speak of effortless effort, action that is both decisive and relaxed, purposeful and yielding. This isn't contradiction, but recognition that true effectiveness comes from aligning personal will with natural law. When you're moving with Dharma, actions feel both important and easy. There's a sense of inevitability, as if what you're doing couldn't unfold any other way. You can cultivate this alignment through simple daily practices. Before making important decisions, pause and sense into different options rather than just thinking about them. Notice which choices feel expansive and which feel contractive. Pay attention to your dreams and the synchronicities that appear around different paths. Trust the wisdom that emerges from stillness as much as the analysis that comes from thinking. Sometimes, Dharma asks you to act quickly, even when circumstances seem uncertain. Other times it asks you to wait, even when waiting feels uncomfortable. The intelligence running through everything knows when all the pieces are in place for something to emerge successfully. Your job isn't to control that timing, but to recognize it and respond appropriately. This recognition transforms how you relate to uncertainty. Instead of seeing the unknown as threatening, you begin to sense it as pregnant with possibility. Instead of needing to know the entire plan before taking the first step, you become comfortable moving forward with just enough light to see the next footstep. This is how all natural growth occurs, one small increment at a time, guided by intelligence, larger than individual understanding. Right now, there's something in your life that's trying to unfold according to Dharma's timeline, rather than your timeline. Maybe it's a creative project that keeps evolving beyond your original vision. Maybe it's a relationship that's deepening more slowly than you'd prefer. Maybe it's a career transition that's taking longer than expected. Maybe it's healing that's happening in layers rather than all at once. Can you sense the intelligence working beneath the surface of these experiences? Can you feel how forcing or rushing might disrupt something that wants to emerge naturally? Can you trust that the same wisdom that orchestrates galaxies and seasons knows how to orchestrate the circumstances of your life? This is Dharma, not fate or predestination, but the natural order that emerges when consciousness and action align with the deeper currents of existence. When you learn to read these currents and move with them rather than against them, life becomes less of a struggle and more of a dance. You still participate fully, but from a place of cooperation rather than resistance. The intelligence is always there, running through everything, orchestrating the perfect unfolding of what wants to emerge. Your invitation is to notice it, trust it, and let it guide you home. A king wanted to cover his entire kingdom in leather, so that his subjects would never have to walk on rough ground. He summoned his advisors and commanded them to begin this massive undertaking. Thousands of cows would need to be slaughtered. The entire treasury would be emptied. Years of labor would be required to cover every road, every path, every square inch of earth with soft leather. But one wise advisor approached the king with a different suggestion. "Your Majesty," he said gently, "instead of covering the entire kingdom with leather, why not simply cover your feet?" And so the first shoes were born. This ancient parable reveals something profound about the human condition. We spend enormous energy trying to make the world comfortable, instead of learning to move through it skillfully. We attempt to control circumstances that are fundamentally beyond our influence, while ignoring the one thing we can actually control, our response to what happens. The illusion of control is one of the mind's most seductive and exhausting tricks. It promises that if you just plan enough, work hard enough, worry enough, you can guarantee specific outcomes. It whispers that safety comes from managing every variable, predicting every possibility, preparing for every contingency. But this promise is impossible to fulfill, and the attempt leaves you perpetually anxious and defeated. Buddhism teaches that the desire to control is rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of existence. We imagine ourselves as separate entities, navigating a hostile universe that must be conquered and controlled. But we're actually part of an interconnected web where everything influences everything else in ways too complex to fully grasp or manage. Yet we persist in this exhausting effort. We try to control our children's choices to ensure their happiness. We attempt to manage our partner's behavior to guarantee relationship security. We work frantically to control market conditions, weather patterns, other people's opinions, our own aging process. We live in a constant state of vigilance, scanning for threats and trying to preemptively solve problems that may never arise. The irony is that this hypervigilance often creates the very problems we're trying to avoid. When you try to control a conversation, people become defensive and communication breaks down. When you attempt to force a relationship outcome, you create pressure that drives people away. When you grip too tightly to a business plan, you miss opportunities that require flexibility and adaptation. A woman once described her transformation from what she called a control addict to someone who could dance with uncertainty. "I used to have backup plans for my backup plans," she laughed. I would lie awake at night running through scenarios, trying to prepare for every possible future. I thought I was being responsible, but I was actually torturing myself with imaginary problems. The turning point came during a family crisis when nothing went according to any plan she'd made. My father had a stroke, and suddenly, all my careful preparations were irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was showing up with love and presence. I realized I'd been so busy trying to control the future that I was missing the present entirely. This is the beautiful paradox of surrendering control. When you stop trying to manage every outcome, you become far more effective at responding to whatever actually happens. When you release your death grip on how things should unfold, you can notice opportunities that were always there but hidden by your tunnel vision. The river is one of nature's greatest teachers about flowing with life instead of trying to control it. Water never fights its environment. It works with whatever it encounters. When it meets a boulder, it doesn't waste energy trying to move the rock. It simply finds another path, flowing around the obstacle, or over it, or under it. Eventually, the water shapes the rock through persistent gentleness. But water doesn't set out to change the boulder. It simply follows its nature, which is to flow toward its destination while adapting to whatever terrain it encounters. This is effortless power, influence without force, progress without struggle, transformation without violence. You can learn to move through your life with similar fluidity. When you encounter obstacles, instead of immediately strategizing how to remove them, you can first ask what they might be teaching you. Instead of forcing doors that seem locked, you can look for windows that might be opening. Instead of insisting that life conform to your timeline, you can discover what timeline life is actually following. This doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning your goals. Rivers are incredibly powerful. They carve canyons and shape landscapes, but they do it through persistence and adaptability rather than rigid force. You can pursue your dreams with similar persistence while remaining flexible about the specific path they take to manifest. The practice begins with distinguishing between what you can influence and what you cannot. You can influence your actions, your responses, your choices, your effort, your attitude. You cannot control other people's reactions, economic conditions, natural disasters, or the countless variables that shape daily life. Wisdom lies in putting your energy where it can actually make a difference. When you notice yourself trying to control something beyond your influence, you can pause and ask, what would happen if I stopped trying to steer the ocean? What if instead of exhausting yourself fighting currents too powerful to overcome, you learn to read those currents and use them to carry you toward your destination? What if the very thing you're resisting contains the wisdom you need to move forward? A businessman shared his experience of learning this lesson during an economic downturn. I spent months trying to force my old business model to work in completely changed circumstances, he said. I was like someone trying to paddle upstream against a flood. I was working harder than ever, but going backward. The shift happened when he stopped fighting the economic reality and started asking what it was teaching him. I realized the market was showing me that my old approach was outdated. Instead of trying to resurrect what had died, I began exploring what wanted to be born. Within 2 years, he'd built a more sustainable business than the one he'd lost. This is the gift hidden within uncertainty. It forces you to develop capabilities you didn't know you possessed. When you can't control outcomes, you learn to trust your ability to handle whatever comes. When familiar supports disappear, you discover inner resources that were always there but never needed. When plans fall apart, you develop the improvisational skills that make you genuinely resilient. Buddhist practice offers specific tools for cultivating this flexibility. Meditation teaches you to observe thoughts and emotions without being controlled by them. Mindfulness helps you notice when you're gripping too tightly to expectations. All of these cultivate what Buddhism calls equanimity, the ability to remain centered regardless of circumstances. But perhaps the most powerful practice is simply remembering that you are not separate from the flow of existence. You are not a small, isolated being trying to survive in a hostile universe. The same intelligence that orchestrates your heartbeat and the seasons is orchestrating the circumstances of your life. This recognition dissolves the illusion that you must control everything to be safe. Safety doesn't come from managing external circumstances. It comes from trusting your inherent capacity to respond wisely to whatever arises. Peace doesn't come from ensuring that everything goes according to plan. It comes from knowing that you can find meaning and growth in whatever actually happens. The king in the parable eventually learned to wear shoes instead of covering his kingdom in leather. He discovered that adapting himself was far more efficient than trying to adapt the entire world to his preferences. You can make the same discovery. Right now, there's something in your life you're trying to control that would be better served by adaptation. Some situation where you're fighting the current instead of learning to navigate it. Some outcome you're gripping so tightly that you're missing what's actually trying to emerge. What would happen if you loosened that grip just a little? What would happen if you stopped trying to steer the ocean and started learning to sail? What would happen if you trusted that the same force that moves rivers and grows forests knows how to move your life toward its highest expression? The beautiful illusion of control dissolves when you realize that you were never separate from what you were trying to control. You are part of the current, part of the flow, part of the intelligence that orchestrates everything. When you stop fighting that truth and start embodying it, life becomes infinitely easier and far more magical. The ocean doesn't need your steering. It needs your trust. The stranger who smiled at you this morning changed your day in ways you'll never fully understand. That simple gesture shifted your energy, softened your guard, reminded you that kindness exists in unexpected places. But the ripples didn't stop there. The warmth you felt made you more patient with your coworker, who then went home in a better mood, and was gentler with her children, who slept more peacefully and woke up happier. One smile became a wave of well-being that touched lives across an entire web of connection. This is the profound truth that Buddhism has taught for over 2,000 years. Nothing exists in isolation. Every thought you think, every word you speak, every action you take sends ripples through an interconnected network of consciousness that includes every living being. We're not separate individuals struggling alone in an indifferent universe. We're all threads in the same tapestry, each one essential to the beauty and strength of the whole. The Buddha called this principle dependent origination, the understanding that everything arises in relationship to everything else. Your breath depends on plants that release oxygen. Your food depends on soil, rain, and countless hands that brought it to your table. Your thoughts depend on language learned from others, experiences shared with community, wisdom passed down through generations. Even your sense of self exists only in relationship to what you perceive as not self. But this interconnection goes deeper than physical dependency. Consciousness itself appears to be shared, flowing through individual minds, like water through connected vessels. When you heal something within yourself, you contribute to the healing of the collective human experience. When you transform fear into love, raise anger into compassion, shift despair into hope, you're not just changing your own inner landscape, you're participating in the evolution of consciousness itself. Think about someone in your life who embodies deep peace. Notice how their presence affects you without them saying or doing anything specific. Their inner state somehow communicates itself to your nervous system. You find yourself breathing more deeply, thinking more clearly, feeling more centered just by being near them. This is evidence of how profoundly we influence each other simply through the quality of our being. The same principle works in reverse. When you're anxious, others around you pick up that energy and become more tense. When you're angry, you contribute to an atmosphere of conflict that affects everyone in your environment. This isn't to blame yourself for difficult emotions, but to recognize the responsibility that comes with understanding our interconnectedness. A mother once described how her own healing journey transformed her entire family. "I spent years in therapy working through childhood trauma," she said. "I thought I was just fixing my own problems, but as I became more peaceful inside, everything shifted. My husband stopped walking on eggshells around me. My children became more confident and expressive." She hadn't tried to change anyone else. Her inner transformation naturally created space for others to transform as well. This is what Buddhism means when it teaches that all beings are interconnected. Your healing becomes healing for everyone you encounter. Your peace contributes to peace in the world. Your awakening participates in the awakening of human consciousness. The work you do on yourself is never selfish. It's one of the most generous gifts you can offer to existence. Scientists are beginning to understand this principle through what they call the butterfly effect, the idea that small changes in one part of a system can create large changes elsewhere. A butterfly flapping its wings in Brazil might contribute to a tornado in Texas through an intricate chain of atmospheric interactions. Similarly, your moment of patience with a difficult person might prevent an argument that would have affected dozens of other lives. But consciousness operates on an even more subtle level than weather systems. When you genuinely forgive someone who hurt you, you're not just freeing yourself from resentment, you're contributing to a field of forgiveness that makes it easier for others to forgive. When you choose love over fear in challenging situations, you're strengthening the pattern of love in the collective unconscious. When you find peace in the midst of chaos, you're offering that possibility to everyone around you. This understanding completely transforms how you approach personal growth and spiritual practice. You're not working on yourself in isolation. You're participating in the healing and evolution of the entire human family. Every meditation you sit contributes to peace on earth. Every moment of mindfulness adds to the field of awareness. Every act of kindness strengthens the web of love that connects all beings. A meditation teacher shared his realization about this after years of practice. I used to think meditation was selfish, taking time away from helping others, to sit quietly by myself, he reflected. Then I started noticing how differently people responded to me as my practice deepened. Strangers would start conversations. Conflicts would resolve more easily. He realized that cultivating inner peace was actually one of the most effective ways to serve others. This interconnectedness also means that you're constantly receiving support from the healing work others are doing. Every person who chooses compassion over judgment makes it easier for you to be compassionate. Every individual who transforms trauma into wisdom contributes to your own healing journey. Every being who awakens to their true nature strengthens the possibility of awakening for everyone. Indigenous cultures have always understood this principle. Many Native American traditions speak of making decisions based on their impact 7 generations into the future. African Ubuntu philosophy declares, "I am because we are." Buddhist meditation includes prayers for the welfare of all sentient beings. These aren't just beautiful ideals. They're recognition of the fundamental truth that individual and collective well-being are inseparable. In practical terms, this understanding invites you to approach your daily life with greater awareness and intention. When you're stuck in traffic, instead of adding to the collective frustration, you can choose to be a point of calm in the chaos. When someone is rude to you, instead of perpetuating the cycle of negativity, you can choose to respond with patience and break the chain. This doesn't mean taking responsibility for everyone else's emotions or trying to fix other people's problems. Healthy boundaries are essential for maintaining your own well-being and serving others effectively. But it does mean recognizing that your inner state is never purely personal. It's always contributing to the collective field of consciousness that surrounds and includes all of us. Sometimes people resist this teaching because it feels overwhelming. If everything I do affects everyone else, how can I ever relax? They ask. But understanding interconnectedness actually reduces pressure rather than increasing it. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders because you're not separate from the world. You're part of an intelligence much larger than your individual mind. You're supported by the same web that you're supporting. The love you give is the love you receive, often from unexpected sources. The healing you offer contributes to your own healing through mysterious channels. The peace you cultivate returns to you, multiplied through the connections you can't even see. Right now, as you listen to these words, you're participating in this web of connection. Your attention is joining with the attention of others who are also seeking wisdom and healing. Your desire for growth is strengthening the collective intention toward evolution. Your willingness to question, to learn, to transform is contributing to the awakening of human consciousness. We're all threads in the same tapestry. When one thread becomes stronger, more beautiful, more aligned with its true nature, the entire fabric is enhanced. When one thread is damaged or frayed, the whole tapestry feels that weakness. But when threads support each other, when they remember their essential unity, while celebrating their unique colors and textures, something magnificent emerges that none could create alone. You are that thread, unique, essential, and inseparably woven into the grand design of existence. Your healing heals the world. Your peace creates peace. Your love multiplies love in ways you'll never fully comprehend but can always trust. The stranger who smiled at you this morning was consciousness recognizing itself. And when you smile at the next stranger you meet, you'll be continuing that same eternal conversation, the endless dialogue of love, discovering itself through infinite forms, forever connected, forever one. She changed nothing about her life, except her heart. Same job, same apartment, same daily routine, same people around her. But something fundamental had shifted inside, and within months, everything in her external world began to transform in ways that seemed impossible. The difficult boss who had made her life miserable suddenly became supportive. Opportunities that had never existed before started appearing. Relationships that had been strained began healing. I didn't change anything, she marveled. But everything changed. This woman had discovered one of Buddhism's most profound teachings, that reality is far more responsive to consciousness than most people realize. The external world isn't a fixed, objective environment that you must adapt to or fight against. It's more like a mirror, constantly reflecting back the quality of awareness you bring to each moment. When you transform your inner landscape, the outer landscape shifts to match it, in ways that can only be described as miraculous. Most of us have this backwards. We think we need to change our circumstances in order to feel different. We believe that once we get the right job, the right relationship, the right amount of money, then we'll be happy and peaceful. But Buddhism teaches the opposite. When you cultivate happiness and peace from within, your external circumstances naturally align to support and reflect that inner state. This isn't wishful thinking. It's recognition of how consciousness actually works. Your perception shapes your reality more than your reality shapes your perception. When you see the world through fearful eyes, you notice threats everywhere and unconsciously create more situations to be afraid of. When you see the world through grateful eyes, you notice abundance everywhere and unconsciously create more situations to appreciate. The Buddha taught that the mind is the forerunner of all experience. Before anything appears in your external world, it first appears in consciousness as an expectation, a belief, a way of seeing. These mental formations then influence how you move through the world, what opportunities you notice, what possibilities you're open to, how people respond to your energy. Change the inner formations, and the outer formations must change as well. A man shared his story of transforming a hostile work environment through this principle. I was convinced my colleagues were trying to sabotage my projects, he said. I went to work every day defensive and suspicious, watching for signs of betrayal. And sure enough, I found them everywhere. Then he began practicing what he called assumption reversal. Instead of assuming people had bad intentions, he decided to assume they had good intentions, but perhaps poor communication skills. Instead of looking for evidence of sabotage, he looked for evidence of support. Instead of approaching interactions defensively, he approached them with curiosity and goodwill. Nothing changed except my lens, he reflected. But within weeks, everything was different. The same people who had seemed hostile began including me in conversations. Projects that had been struggling suddenly had unexpected support. His change in perception had created an entirely different experience of the same workplace. This is what Buddhism calls the mirror principle, the understanding that the world reflects back to you the energy you project into it. Like a perfect mirror, reality shows you exactly what you're being, not what you're saying or pretending to be. If you're being fearful inside while trying to appear confident outside, the world responds to the fear. If you're being loving inside, even when circumstances are challenging, the world responds to the love. The mirror doesn't judge what it reflects. It simply shows you what's there. If you don't like what you're seeing in your external experience, the solution isn't to fight with the mirror. The solution is to change what you're presenting to be reflected. Transform your inner state and watch how quickly your outer experience shifts to match it. This principle works because consciousness isn't confined to your individual mind. It's a field that extends beyond your body, influencing everyone and everything around you in subtle but powerful ways. When you genuinely embody peace, you create a field of peace that others can feel and respond to. When you authentically embody love, you create a field of love that draws loving responses from the world. A teacher discovered this when she stopped trying to control her students and started embodying the calm attention she wanted them to have. "I spent years fighting with disruptive behavior," she said. "The classroom felt like a battlefield, and I was exhausted every day. Then I realized I was contributing to the chaos through my own internal agitation." She began starting each day with meditation, arriving at school centered and peaceful. Instead of bracing for problems, she held an intention for learning and connection. Instead of seeing her students as problems to solve, she saw them as young humans seeking understanding. The change was almost immediate. She marveled. The same kids who had been disruptive became engaged and helpful. This understanding completely revolutionizes how you approach challenges in your life. Instead of asking, "How can I change this situation?" you begin asking, "How can I change my relationship to this situation?" Instead of focusing on what's wrong with the world around you, you focus on what wants to be healed or developed within you. This is what Gandhi meant when he said, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." He wasn't speaking metaphorically. He was describing a practical spiritual technology. When you embody the qualities you want to experience in your life, you create a magnetic field that draws those experiences to you. When you become what you're seeking, you stop needing to seek it because you already are it. A woman who had struggled with loneliness discovered this principle accidentally. "I was tired of waiting for people to invite me places," she said. "So I started organizing gatherings myself, not because I was confident, but because I was desperate for connection." But something unexpected happened. The act of creating connection for others awakened a sense of connection within herself. "Once I stopped needing connection so desperately, it started flowing to me naturally," she reflected. "People began reaching out, inviting me places, seeking my company. I had become the connected person I wanted to be, and the world responded by offering me more connection than I'd ever experienced." This principle applies to every aspect of life. If you want more love, become more loving. If you want more peace, become more peaceful. If you want more abundance, become more generous. If you want more trust, become more trustworthy. The external world has no choice but to mirror back what you're genuinely embodying. But this requires honest self-examination. You can't fake your way into these transformations. The mirror reflects your authentic inner state, not your performances or pretenses. If you're trying to appear confident while feeling insecure inside, the world responds to the insecurity. The practice involves taking radical responsibility for your experience. When something in your outer world isn't working, instead of immediately blaming external factors, you ask, "What inside me might be creating or attracting this experience? What old pattern or belief might need healing? What quality do I need to develop to transform this situation? This doesn't mean blaming yourself for difficult circumstances. Some situations genuinely require external action and change. But even in those cases, the quality of consciousness you bring determines its effectiveness. Change initiated from love and wisdom creates lasting transformation. What would shift if you saw this differently? This question can transform any challenging situation into an opportunity for growth. What if the difficult person in your life is there to help you develop patience? What if the financial challenge is inviting you to trust in abundance beyond material accumulation? What if the health issue is asking you to prioritize self-care and presence? These aren't just positive thinking exercises. They're invitations to discover the deeper purpose within every experience. When you align with that purpose, when you use each challenge as an opportunity to embody higher qualities, the external situation often resolves in miraculous ways. Not because you manipulated it, but because you became the type of person for whom such miracles are natural. The woman who changed nothing about her life except her heart had learned this secret. She had stopped waiting for the world to change and started changing the consciousness she brought to the world. In doing so, she discovered that reality is far more malleable, far more responsive to love and awareness than she had ever imagined. The same miracle is available to you, not through forcing or manipulating external circumstances, but through the gentle, persistent transformation of your inner landscape. When you change your heart, everything else must change to match it. This is the natural law of consciousness, expressing itself through form. Your outer world is waiting to reflect the beauty you cultivate within. The miracle isn't that change is possible. The miracle is that it's inevitable once you align with the truth of who you really are. Every person in your life chose to be there, not in some literal, predetermined way, but through the mysterious magnetism of consciousness that draws together experiences meant for growth and understanding. The people who love you, the people who challenge you, the people who pass through briefly, and the ones who stay for decades. Each connection serves a purpose in the unfolding story of who you're becoming. Buddhism teaches that we encounter others through what's called karmic affinity, energetic resonances that create opportunities for mutual learning and healing. This doesn't mean everything is predestined or that harmful relationships should be tolerated. It means that consciousness has an intelligence that brings together experiences capable of catalyzing growth, even when that growth comes through difficulty. Think about the most significant relationships in your life. The person who believed in you when you couldn't believe in yourself. The friend who showed up during your darkest hour. The mentor who saw potential you didn't know existed. the partner who loved you through your most unlovable phases. These weren't random encounters. They were consciousness recognizing itself, offering exactly what was needed for your evolution. But relationships serve different purposes, and understanding this can transform how you experience both connection and separation. Some people come into your life for a season, bringing specific gifts or lessons before naturally moving on. Others stay for years or decades, growing and changing alongside you. Some appear briefly, but leave lasting impact. Each duration is perfect for its purpose. A woman once described her realization about this after a close friendship ended unexpectedly. "I was devastated when she stopped calling, stopped including me in her life," she said. "I kept trying to figure out what I'd done wrong, how I could fix it. But then I started reflecting on what that friendship had given me during the time we were close." She realized her friend had arrived at a moment when she desperately needed someone who would encourage her creative pursuits. For 3 years, this friend had been her biggest cheerleader, giving her confidence to pursue art seriously. "By the time she drifted away, I no longer needed external validation for my creativity," she reflected. "I had internalized the belief in myself that she'd helped me develop. The friendship had served its purpose completely. Instead of mourning its end, I began feeling grateful for its gift." This perspective transforms how you experience the natural ebb and flow of relationships. Instead of clinging desperately to connections that want to evolve or end, you can appreciate what each person brought to your journey and trust that when someone's role in your story is complete, space opens for new connections that serve your continued growth. But perhaps the most challenging teaching about relationships involves those who have caused pain. Buddhism suggests that even difficult people serve as teachers, though this requires careful understanding to avoid harmful interpretations. This doesn't mean that abuse is acceptable or that victims are responsible for their suffering. It means that consciousness has the remarkable ability to extract wisdom from even painful experiences when approached with awareness and support. Even the ones who hurt you came to teach you something. This teaching must be approached with great care and compassion. It's not about justifying harmful behavior or suggesting you should remain in dangerous situations. It's about recognizing that your response to difficult people can become a source of strength, wisdom, and deeper self-understanding. A man shared his journey of healing from a childhood with an alcoholic father. "For years I was consumed with anger and resentment," he said. "I felt robbed of a normal childhood, damaged by his unpredictability and emotional absence. The idea that he was somehow my teacher felt like spiritual bypassing of real trauma. But through therapy and Buddhist practice, he began to see his experience differently. I realized that growing up in that environment had made me incredibly sensitive to other people's emotions," he reflected. "I could read a room instantly, know when someone was struggling, offer exactly the right support. The hypervigilance that had been survival in childhood became compassion in adulthood." He became a counselor, helping others navigate family addiction. His wounds had become his healing gift to the world. This doesn't make what happened okay, he emphasized. I still had to do years of work to heal the trauma, but recognizing how the experience shaped my capacity for empathy helped me transform my pain into purpose. This is the delicate wisdom Buddhism offers about difficult relationships. Not that suffering is good or necessary, but that consciousness has the capacity to metabolize even painful experiences into wisdom when approached skillfully. The key is timing, support, and never bypassing the legitimate need for healing and boundaries. Sometimes the teaching isn't about developing positive qualities, but about learning what you won't tolerate. The person who repeatedly breaks promises teaches you about the importance of reliability. The one who violates your boundaries shows you why boundaries matter. The relationship that drains your energy reveals what nourishing connection actually feels like. Buddhism also teaches about what are called spiritual friends, relationships specifically oriented toward mutual awakening. These are the people who see your highest potential and gently call you toward it, who support your growth, even when it means you might outgrow old patterns they're comfortable with, who love you enough to tell you difficult truths with kindness, who celebrate your victories without jealousy and hold space for your struggles without trying to fix you. These relationships are rare and precious. They're characterized by mutual respect, genuine care for each other's well-being, and shared commitment to consciousness and growth. When you find such connections, treasure them. When you become this kind of friend to others, you're offering one of life's greatest gifts. There's also profound teaching in observing your patterns across relationships. Do you consistently attract people who need rescuing? Do you find yourself in relationships where you give more than you receive? Do you tend to abandon yourself to keep others comfortable? Do you struggle with intimacy when things get too close? These patterns point toward places within yourself that want healing and integration. A woman noticed she repeatedly found herself in friendships with people going through crises. I was always the helper, the one people called when their lives fell apart, she said. I felt useful and needed, but I was exhausted, and my own needs were never addressed. Through reflection, she realized this pattern stemmed from childhood, where her value had depended on being helpful to her struggling mother. The awareness allowed her to choose more balanced relationships, where support flowed both directions. Gratitude for all encounters doesn't mean pretending harmful relationships were wonderful. It means recognizing that every connection, pleasant or difficult, has contributed to your understanding of yourself and others. The person who betrayed you taught you about discernment. The one who loved you unconditionally showed you what's possible. The friend who grew in different directions reminded you that change is natural and healthy. Right now, consider the people currently in your life. What might each relationship be here to teach you? The colleague who irritates you might be showing you something about patience or boundaries. The family member who triggers you might be reflecting back an aspect of yourself that needs attention. The person who inspires you might be modeling qualities you're ready to develop. Buddhism reminds us that we're all walking each other home. Every interaction is an opportunity for mutual awakening, mutual healing, mutual growth. When you see others as fellow travelers rather than obstacles or objects, relationships become sacred encounters rather than sources of drama. Some people will stay in your story for chapters. Others will appear for a single sentence that changes everything. Some will be antagonists who create tension that forces growth. Others will be allies who provide support and encouragement. All are necessary for the fullness of your journey. The greatest gift you can offer anyone is your own awakening. When you heal your own wounds, you stop unconsciously wounding others. When you find peace within yourself, you become a source of peace for everyone around you. When you learn to love yourself completely, you can love others without attachment or expectation. Every person in your story chose to be there through the mysterious intelligence of consciousness, seeking to know itself more completely. Honor their presence, learn from their gifts, and release them with gratitude when their chapter in your story comes to a natural end. The story continues, and new characters will arrive exactly when they're needed for the next phase of your awakening. Do you keep attracting the same type of situation? The same kind of relationship drama, just with different faces? The same financial challenges, wearing different disguises? The same workplace conflicts, playing out in new offices? The same family dynamics, repeating across generations? If you're honest, you'll probably notice patterns in your life that seem to circle back like a broken record, playing the same song until you want to scream. Buddhism teaches that life is the most patient teacher you'll ever encounter. It doesn't give up on you when you fail to understand the first time, or the 10th time, or even the 50th time. Instead, it keeps presenting the same essential lesson in slightly different forms, until you finally develop the awareness and skills needed to graduate to the next level of understanding. This isn't punishment or evidence that you're broken. It's how consciousness learns and evolves. Just as a child practices writing the same letter over and over until their hand develops the muscle memory, life gives you repeated opportunities to practice new ways of being until they become natural and integrated. The repetition happens because unresolved patterns in consciousness continue to create similar experiences. If you consistently react to conflict with anger and defensiveness, you'll keep attracting situations that trigger those reactions until you learn to respond differently. If you habitually sacrifice your needs to avoid disappointing others, you'll keep finding yourself in relationships that take advantage of that tendency until you develop healthy boundaries. A woman once described her pattern of attracting partners who were emotionally unavailable. For 15 years, I kept falling for men who seemed perfect at first, but couldn't commit to real intimacy, she said. I would blame them, thinking I just had bad luck in love. But eventually, I had to face the uncomfortable truth that I was the common denominator in all these relationships. Through therapy and self-reflection, she discovered that she unconsciously chose unavailable partners because deep intimacy terrified her. She had grown up with parents who used love as a weapon, withdrawing affection when she didn't meet their expectations. Emotionally distant partners felt familiar and safe, even as they left her feeling lonely and frustrated. I was recreating my childhood over and over, hoping this time it would end differently. This recognition was painful but transformative. Instead of focusing on changing her partners, she began working on her own capacity for intimacy. She practiced staying present when relationships deepened instead of unconsciously sabotaging them. She learned to recognize the difference between genuine availability and surface charm. The pattern that had dominated her love life for years finally shifted when she addressed its root cause. The key to breaking repetitive cycles lies in developing what Buddhism calls clear seeing, the ability to observe your patterns with compassion rather than judgment. When you're caught in repetition, the first step isn't to force change, but to notice what's actually happening. What triggers seem to activate the same responses? What emotions arise before you fall into familiar behaviors? What beliefs about yourself or others drive these patterns? A man noticed he kept leaving jobs after about 2 years, always feeling unappreciated and overlooked for promotions. I told myself I just had terrible bosses, he reflected. But when it happened at the 4th company, I had to consider that maybe the problem wasn't entirely external. He began observing his workplace behavior more carefully. He discovered that he consistently took on extra work without communicating his contributions clearly. He assumed his efforts would be noticed and rewarded automatically. When recognition didn't come, he would become resentful and withdraw his engagement, creating a cycle where his value became less visible to management. I was creating the very situation I was complaining about, he realized. Breaking the pattern required learning new skills he'd never developed. He practiced advocating for himself clearly and professionally. He learned to document his achievements and communicate them appropriately. He developed the ability to ask for what he wanted, instead of hoping others would read his mind. The next promotion came within 8 months. Sometimes patterns repeat because we're trying to heal old wounds through new experiences. We unconsciously seek situations that remind us of past pain, hoping this time we'll be able to create a different outcome. This is consciousness attempting to resolve unfinished business, but without awareness, we often recreate the same dynamics that caused the original wound. Buddhism teaches that true healing happens not by recreating the past with a different ending, but by developing new capacities in the present. Instead of trying to get the love you didn't receive as a child from romantic partners, you learn to give that love to yourself. Instead of seeking validation from authority figures, you develop inner confidence that doesn't depend on external approval. The graduation moment comes when you first choose a different response in a familiar situation. When the old trigger appears, but you breathe instead of reacting. When you set a boundary instead of people-pleasing. When you speak your truth instead of staying silent. When you choose self-compassion instead of self-criticism. These moments might feel small, but they represent profound shifts in consciousness. The pattern stops when the lesson is learned, not just intellectually understood, but embodied as a new way of being. When you no longer need external situations to teach you about boundaries because you naturally maintain them. When you no longer attract drama because you've found peace within yourself. When you no longer repeat self-destructive behaviors because you've genuinely learned to value your well-being. This doesn't mean you'll never face challenges again. Life continues to offer growth opportunities, but they evolve to match your expanding capacity. The lessons become more subtle, the growth more refined. You might graduate from learning about basic self-worth to exploring advanced compassion, from mastering personal boundaries to developing wisdom about when boundaries should be flexible. Sometimes, people resist this teaching because it seems to place responsibility for difficult experiences on the person going through them. This isn't about blame or suggesting that people create their own suffering. External circumstances and other people's choices absolutely impact your life, but focusing on what you can influence, your responses, choices, and inner development is more empowering than remaining stuck in victim consciousness. Right now, notice if there's a pattern in your life that keeps repeating. What situation keeps showing up in different forms? What might it be trying to teach you? What new capacity might you need to develop to respond differently? What would change if you saw this pattern as a patient teacher rather than a persistent problem? The repetition isn't evidence of your failure. It's evidence of life's commitment to your growth. It's proof that consciousness believes in your ability to learn, change, and evolve. It's an invitation to develop qualities you didn't know you possessed. When you finally learn what life has been trying to teach you, the relief is profound. Not because the challenge disappears, but because you realize you now have the tools to meet it skillfully. The pattern that once felt like a prison becomes a doorway to freedom. The lesson that once seemed impossible becomes the foundation for everything that follows. Life is endlessly patient, endlessly creative, endlessly committed to your awakening. The same situation will keep returning until you develop the consciousness to transform it. And when you do, you'll wonder how something that once seemed so difficult could become so simple. The pattern stops when the lesson is learned. And then, the real adventure begins. Your consciousness chose this life, these challenges, this timing. Not in some predetermined way that removes your free will, but through the natural magnetism of awareness, seeking specific experiences for growth and understanding. The family you were born into, the era you arrived in, the particular combination of gifts and struggles that define your existence, none of this is random. It's the result of consciousness organizing itself to learn what can only be learned through your unique perspective. This isn't about fate or divine planning. Buddhism teaches that awareness has an intelligence that draws toward experiences capable of expanding, understanding, and compassion, like iron filings naturally arranging themselves around a magnet. Consciousness gravitates toward the circumstances that will best serve its evolution. Your life is the curriculum consciousness chose to develop qualities that could only emerge through your particular journey. But purpose isn't some grand mission you need to discover and then execute perfectly. It's not a single career path, relationship, or achievement that will suddenly make everything make sense. Purpose is far more intimate and immediate than that. It's woven into the fabric of your daily existence, waiting to be recognized in moments both ordinary and extraordinary. Purpose reveals itself through what draws you, what breaks your heart, what makes you feel most alive. It's found in the intersection between your natural gifts and the world's needs. It emerges when you stop trying to be who you think you should be and start expressing who you actually are. It's discovered not through thinking but through living, not through planning but through paying attention to what consistently calls to your consciousness. A man spent years searching for his life purpose through books, workshops, and meditation retreats. "I thought it would come as some dramatic revelation," he said, "but the more I searched, the more confused I became." The breakthrough came unexpectedly while volunteering at a local food bank. "I was just helping because a friend asked," he reflected. But something about organizing the food donations felt completely natural. I saw ways to make the system more efficient, more dignified for the people we served. I wasn't searching for purpose anymore. I was living it. Within 2 years, he had left his corporate job to work full-time in non-profit management. This is how purpose typically reveals itself, not through dramatic epiphanies, but through the accumulation of small moments that feel authentic and meaningful. It's found in noticing what activities make you lose track of time, what problems you feel naturally drawn to solve, what conversations light you up, what injustices make you want to take action. Buddhism teaches that everyone has what's called right livelihood, work that harms neither yourself nor others, while contributing to the well-being of all beings. This doesn't necessarily mean becoming a monk or social worker. It means finding ways to express your authentic gifts in service of something larger than personal gain. It means aligning your daily actions with your deepest values. A teacher discovered her purpose not in the classroom, but in the margins of education. "I loved teaching, but I kept noticing kids who were struggling not because they weren't smart, but because they learned differently," she said. "I started staying after school to work with them individually, developing new approaches that matched their learning styles. What began as informal tutoring evolved into a program that transformed how her entire district approached learning differences. I never set out to become an advocate," she reflected. "But my heart kept breaking for these brilliant kids who were being told they weren't good enough. That heartbreak became my compass. This points to something crucial about purpose. It often emerges from what troubles you most deeply. The problems you can't ignore, the suffering you feel compelled to address, the gaps you naturally notice and want to fill. Your wounds, when healed with awareness, often become the source of your greatest gifts to the world. But purpose doesn't require changing careers or starting organizations. It can be expressed through how you raise your children, how you treat the cashier at the grocery store, how you listen to a friend in crisis. Small acts of consciousness and compassion ripple outward in ways you'll never fully comprehend. The smile you offer to a stranger might be the kindness that saves their day. A janitor at a hospital understood this deeply. "I clean floors, but that's not my real job," he said. "My real job is creating an environment where healing can happen. I pay attention to worried families in waiting rooms. I notice when someone needs directions or a kind word." His co-workers and patients recognized him as one of the most important people in the entire facility. Purpose isn't about status or recognition, he reflected. It's about bringing your whole self to whatever you're doing and remembering that everything affects everything else. This understanding transforms how you approach your current circumstances. Instead of waiting for the perfect opportunity to express your purpose, you begin expressing it wherever you are, with whatever resources you have available. You bring consciousness to mundane tasks. You offer presence to routine interactions. You look for ways to serve even in situations that don't feel particularly meaningful. What makes you come alive? This question cuts through all the noise about what you should do or what others expect from you. It points directly toward the intersection of your authentic nature and your contribution to the world. Maybe it's creating beauty through art, music, or design. Maybe it's solving complex problems through analysis and innovation. Maybe it's nurturing growth in people, plants, or communities. The feeling of coming alive is your consciousness recognizing its natural expression. It's the sense of rightness that occurs when your inner nature meets the world's needs. It's not always easy or comfortable. True aliveness often requires courage, vulnerability, and growth. But it has a quality of authenticity that can't be faked or forced. A woman realized her purpose was helping people die with dignity after caring for her grandmother in her final months. "I discovered I had a natural ability to be present with people in their most vulnerable moments," she said. "I could sit with grief and fear without trying to fix anything." She became a hospice counselor, finding deep fulfillment in work that many people would find too difficult. "Death work isn't morbid," she explained. "It's life work. Helping people face their mortality with grace helps them live more fully. I come alive in those moments of truth and tenderness." Your purpose may not be dramatic or obvious to others. It might be expressed through raising children with consciousness, maintaining family traditions, creating beautiful spaces, or simply being a presence of peace in chaotic environments. It might involve learning and growing rather than achieving and producing. It might be about healing generational patterns or developing qualities that serve your community in subtle but essential ways. The key is recognizing that your existence matters inherently, not just for what you accomplish. Your consciousness contributes to the collective awakening of humanity simply by being here and growing. Your journey toward greater awareness, compassion, and authenticity creates ripples that touch lives in ways you'll never know. You didn't come here by accident. Your particular combination of gifts, challenges, and circumstances creates opportunities for experiences that couldn't happen any other way. Your unique thread in the tapestry of existence is essential to the beauty and strength of the whole. Your purpose isn't something you need to find. It's something you need to remember, express, and trust. Right now, in this moment, you can begin living your purpose more fully. Not by changing everything about your life, but by bringing more consciousness to what you're already doing. By paying attention to what calls to you. By following what makes you feel most alive. By trusting that consciousness knows what it's doing, even when you don't. Your life is not a mistake. Your challenges are not punishments. Your gifts are not accidents. You are here on purpose, for purpose, as purpose, expressing itself through the magnificent complexity of human existence. The question isn't whether you have a purpose. The question is whether you're ready to live it. Sometimes life has to shatter to show you what's unbreakable. The job that defined your identity disappears overnight. The relationship you built your life around crumbles. The health you took for granted betrays you. The beliefs that gave your world meaning suddenly feel hollow and false. In these moments of complete dissolution, when everything familiar falls away, you might discover something profound hiding beneath the wreckage. What mystics throughout history have called the dark night of the spirit isn't a punishment or a sign that you've failed at life. It's often consciousness preparing for a fundamental shift in how you understand yourself and reality. When the structures you've built your identity around prove inadequate for who you're becoming, they must fall away to make space for something more authentic and expansive. But let's be clear about something important. If you're experiencing thoughts of self-harm, severe depression, or feeling disconnected from reality, this isn't just a spiritual experience. It's a signal to seek professional support immediately. True spiritual awakening enhances your connection to life, not your desire to escape it. The guidance in this chapter is meant to complement, not replace, proper mental health care when you're in genuine crisis. That said, there are periods in life when everything seems to unravel simultaneously, and these experiences often contain seeds of profound transformation. Buddhism recognizes that consciousness sometimes outgrows its current container and needs to reorganize at a more inclusive level. Like a snake shedding skin or a butterfly dissolving in its cocoon, the process looks like destruction, but is actually preparation for rebirth. A woman described her experience of what she called her great falling apart in her early 40s. Everything I'd worked for was disappearing, she said. My marriage ended. My career stalled. My parents were aging and needed care. I felt like I was free-falling with no parachute. For months, she struggled with depression and anxiety, seeking therapy and support from friends. But somewhere in the darkness, I started noticing something strange, she continued. All the roles I'd been playing, the perfect wife, the successful professional, the dutiful daughter, they were falling away, but I was still here. Underneath all those identities was something that couldn't be destroyed by circumstances. This recognition became the foundation for rebuilding her life from a place of greater authenticity. I had to lose everything I thought I was to discover who I actually am, she reflected. The breakdown became a breakthrough, but only after I stopped fighting it and started learning from it. This is the paradox of spiritual crisis. It often requires losing your old self to find your true self. The identities, beliefs, and structures that once provided security become too small for the consciousness that's trying to emerge. Like a hermit crab outgrowing its shell, you must venture into temporary vulnerability before finding a more suitable home. The phoenix teaching from ancient mythology perfectly captures this process. The mythical bird doesn't just molt or gradually transform. It burns completely to ash before rising renewed. The fire isn't optional. It's essential to the regeneration. Similarly, some spiritual growth requires the complete dissolution of old patterns before new ones can emerge. But unlike the mythical phoenix, human transformation happens in relationship with others and with proper support. The hermit's journey into isolation is one path, but it's not the only one, or necessarily the healthiest one. Crisis can become awakening when you allow trusted others to witness your process, when you seek guidance from those who've navigated similar territories, when you remember that breaking open doesn't mean breaking alone. A man shared his experience of a midlife spiritual crisis that began with what seemed like clinical depression. I lost interest in everything that had previously motivated me, he said. Work felt meaningless. Social activities felt empty. Even my hobbies couldn't hold my attention. He sought therapy and explored whether medication might help, but he also began studying Buddhist and other contemplative traditions. I discovered that what I was experiencing had been described by mystics for thousands of years, he reflected. The dissolving of the ego's attachments, the questioning of all assumptions, the sense that nothing solid remained to hold on to. Understanding this didn't make it easier, but it helped me trust the process instead of just enduring it. Over 18 months, with therapeutic support and spiritual practice, he emerged with a fundamentally different relationship to meaning and purpose. I stopped trying to extract significance from external achievements and started finding it in simple presence, he said. The depression lifted, but more importantly, I discovered a peace that doesn't depend on circumstances going well. This breaking open is making space for something beautiful. When the familiar structures of identity and meaning collapse, initially there's terror and disorientation. But in that spaciousness, new possibilities can emerge that were invisible before. Qualities like compassion, wisdom, and authentic joy that were suppressed by old patterns finally have room to grow. The key is learning to distinguish between necessary dissolution and unnecessary suffering. Some pain in life comes from growth, like the discomfort of muscles strengthening or the ache of a heart expanding. Other pain comes from resistance to growth, fighting change that wants to happen naturally. Spiritual crisis often involves both types, and wisdom lies in knowing when to surrender and when to seek support. Buddhism teaches that attachment to any fixed identity causes suffering because consciousness is naturally fluid and expansive. When you cling too tightly to being the successful one, or the helper, or the strong one, you limit your capacity to respond authentically to new situations. Crisis forces a release of these limited self-concepts, creating space for a more flexible and inclusive sense of identity. This doesn't mean that all crisis leads to awakening or that suffering is somehow noble. Many people experience genuine trauma and loss without any spiritual benefit, and it would be cruel to suggest otherwise. But for those who find themselves in periods of deep questioning and dissolution, understanding the potential transformative nature of such experiences can provide hope and direction. The process isn't linear or predictable. There are days when you feel like you're making progress and days when you feel like you're drowning. There are moments of profound insight followed by hours of confusion. The old self doesn't die gracefully, and the new self doesn't emerge fully formed. Patience and self-compassion are essential companions during these transitions. If you're currently in a period where everything feels uncertain and unstable, remember that dissolution often precedes creation. The caterpillar doesn't know it will become a butterfly when it enters the cocoon. It only knows that its old way of being is no longer sustainable. Trust that consciousness knows what it's doing, even when your mind can't make sense of the process. But also remember that seeking support isn't a sign of spiritual weakness. Therapists, trusted friends, spiritual directors, support groups, these resources can provide essential guidance during times of transformation. The hermit's path isn't the only path, and isolation can sometimes deepen crisis rather than resolve it. What feels like an ending might be the beginning you've been unconsciously preparing for your entire life. What seems like failure might be liberation from success that was never truly yours. What appears to be falling apart might be falling together in a way you couldn't have imagined or planned. This breaking open is making space for something beautiful, something more authentic, more compassionate, more aligned with your deepest truth. The phoenix rises not because the fire was pleasant, but because fire was necessary for transformation. And you You have everything within you needed to rise as well. What if you stopped fighting and started dancing? What if instead of bracing against life's rhythms, you learned to move with them? What if the very thing you've been resisting is actually trying to partner with you in the most beautiful dance you've ever experienced? This shift from resistance to flow happens through two of Buddhism's most transformative practices: gratitude and surrender. Not the superficial kind that pretends everything is perfect, but the deep recognition that even in difficulty, life is offering something valuable. Not the defeated kind that gives up hope, but the wise understanding that working with reality is more effective than fighting against it. Gratitude in Buddhist practice isn't about forcing positivity or denying problems. It's about training your awareness to notice what's actually present alongside the challenges. When you're going through a difficult time, gratitude doesn't mean pretending to be thankful for the pain. It means recognizing the friends who show up, the strength you're discovering, the insights emerging from struggle, the simple fact that you're still breathing and capable of growth. A woman going through a messy divorce described how gratitude practice saved her sanity. "I was consumed with anger and hurt," she said. "My therapist suggested I write down 3 things I was grateful for each day, and I thought it was ridiculous. But she tried it anyway, starting with the most basic things. The first week, my list was things like, I have coffee, and my dog still loves me," she laughed. But gradually, I started noticing more. I was grateful for my lawyer's competence, for friends who listened without judgment, for my own resilience. The practice didn't eliminate her pain, but it prevented the pain from consuming her entirely. This is gratitude as spiritual technology, a practice that literally rewires your brain to notice abundance alongside scarcity, beauty alongside difficulty, support alongside challenge. Consistently focusing on what you appreciate creates new neural pathways that make positive recognition more automatic and natural. But gratitude becomes truly powerful when paired with surrender, the art of letting go of how you think things should be and working with how they actually are. Surrender isn't giving up or becoming passive. It's recognizing that your resistance to reality often creates more suffering than the reality itself. It's choosing to dance with circumstances rather than fight them. A farmer whose crops were destroyed by an unexpected flood could have spent months raging against the weather. Instead, he used the experience to learn about crop insurance, soil management, and alternative farming methods. "I couldn't control the flood," he said, "but I could control how I responded to it." His surrender to what had already happened freed up energy to focus on what he could still influence. This is surrender as strength, not weakness, but wisdom. It takes tremendous courage to stop fighting reality and start working with it. It requires faith that life has an intelligence larger than your personal preferences. It demands trust that even when you can't see the bigger picture, there is one. Buddhism teaches that reality has its own rhythm, like music with natural pauses, crescendos, and transitions. When you try to force a different tempo, you create discord. When you learn to sense the underlying beat and move with it, everything becomes easier and more harmonious. Sometimes life asks you to speed up, sometimes to slow down, sometimes to rest completely. Wisdom lies in sensing which rhythm is needed and responding accordingly. A musician described learning this principle through years of performance. Early in my career, I tried to control every aspect of my concerts, she said. If something went wrong, I would get tense and the whole performance would suffer. Over time, she learned to view unexpected moments as opportunities for improvisation rather than disasters. This fluidity transforms how you approach challenges in daily life. When traffic is heavy, instead of stressing about being late, you can use the time for reflection or simply breathing. When plans fall through, instead of seeing failure, you can explore what new possibilities are opening. When people don't behave as you expect, instead of trying to control them, you can practice acceptance and adjust your own response. The practice of surrender begins with small releases throughout your day. Notice when you're holding tension in your body and consciously soften. Observe when you're gripping mentally to specific outcomes and practice loosening that grip. Pay attention to when you're fighting with what's already happened and choose to accept it instead. These micro-surrenders train you for the larger releases that life will inevitably require. Perhaps the most profound aspect of gratitude and surrender is how they work together to create what Buddhists call equanimity, the ability to remain centered regardless of circumstances. When you're grateful for what's present and surrendered to what's changing, you develop an unshakable peace that doesn't depend on external conditions. A woman caring for her mother with Alzheimer's discovered this during the most challenging period of her life. Some days were heartbreaking, she said, but I learned to find moments of gratitude even in the difficulty, for my mother's occasional smiles, for caregivers who showed genuine compassion, for my own capacity to love unconditionally. And I had to surrender my expectation that my mother would remain the person she'd always been, she continued. When I stopped fighting the disease and started meeting my mother wherever she was that day, our relationship became peaceful again, different, but still beautiful. In letting go, you find everything you were looking for. Not by getting what you wanted, but by discovering that what you actually need was always available. Peace doesn't come from controlling circumstances. It comes from accepting them. Love doesn't come from possessing others. It comes from appreciating them as they are. Security doesn't come from guaranteeing outcomes. It comes from trusting your ability to handle whatever arises. The dance between gratitude and surrender creates a life of grace rather than struggle. You appreciate what's present while remaining open to what's changing. You work toward goals while holding them lightly. You care deeply while staying detached from specific results. You live fully while accepting that everything is temporary. This isn't a destination you reach, but a practice you cultivate. Some days you'll dance gracefully with life's rhythms. Other days you'll find yourself fighting and needing to remember to soften. What matters is the willingness to keep returning to gratitude and surrender whenever you notice you've moved away from them. Right now, there's something in your life asking for gratitude. Something simple and present that you might be taking for granted. And there's something asking for surrender, some expectation or control you're holding that's creating unnecessary tension. What would happen if you softened around both? What would happen if you stopped fighting and started dancing? The music has been playing all along. Life is waiting for you to join the dance. And here you are, having traveled so far to arrive exactly where you started. 3 hours ago, you began this journey, seeking understanding about why everything happens for a reason. You've explored ancient wisdom and modern insights, heard stories of transformation and awakening, discovered teachings that have guided seekers for 2,500 years. And now, having traversed landscapes of consciousness most people never explore, you find yourself in the most profound destination of all, this present moment, exactly as it is. The Buddha taught that all seeking eventually leads home to what was never actually lost. You didn't need to travel anywhere to find peace. You needed to remember that peace is your natural state. You didn't need to become someone different to experience love. You needed to recognize that love is what you are. You didn't need to fix your life to feel whole. You needed to see that wholeness was always here, patiently waiting beneath the stories of brokenness. Think about how much has shifted in your understanding during this time together. The random events in your life have revealed themselves as part of an intelligent unfolding. The painful experiences have shown their hidden gifts of strength and wisdom. The people who challenged you have been recognized as teachers in disguise. The patterns that once frustrated you have become doorways to growth. Everything that seemed chaotic has proven to be perfectly orchestrated by a wisdom larger than your individual mind. You've learned that impermanence isn't your enemy, but your liberation, freeing you from clinging to what was never meant to stay forever. You've discovered that your thoughts and actions create ripples across the ocean of existence, connecting you to every other being in ways both subtle and profound. You've practiced letting go of attachments that created suffering, finding that love multiplies when shared without possession. You've explored the art of acceptance, learning to flow with life's currents rather than exhausting yourself, swimming upstream. You've found meaning hidden within your deepest struggles, understanding that consciousness uses even painful experiences as raw material for transformation. You've practiced mindfulness, discovering that the present moment contains everything you've been searching for in past and future. You've witnessed how changing your inner landscape automatically shifts your outer experience, proving that reality is far more responsive to consciousness than most people realize. You've seen how chaos serves transformation, breaking down outdated structures to make space for new growth. You've learned to trust Dharma, the natural intelligence that orchestrates existence with perfect timing. You've released the beautiful illusion of control, discovering that cooperation with life's flow is more effective than resistance. You've recognized the web of connection that includes every being, understanding that your healing contributes to the healing of all. You've explored how inner changes create outer miracles, learning that the world mirrors back whatever consciousness you authentically embody. You've appreciated the people in your story as precisely the teachers needed for your unique journey. You've understood why life repeats its lessons until they're truly learned and integrated. You've connected with your deeper purpose, recognizing that you didn't come here by accident, but through the natural magnetism of awareness, seeking growth. You've reframed crisis as opportunity for awakening, seeing that sometimes everything must fall apart to reveal what's truly unbreakable. You've cultivated gratitude and surrender, learning to dance with life's rhythms rather than fight against them. Through it all, you've discovered that you are not separate from the wisdom that created you. You are that wisdom, temporarily forgetting itself and then remembering again. But perhaps most importantly, you've experienced the community that emerges when consciousness recognizes itself in different forms. As you've listened to these teachings, you've been connected to countless others who have also chosen the path of understanding. Across the globe, in different time zones and circumstances, people, just like you, have been seeking the same truths, asking the same questions, longing for the same peace. You are not alone in this journey. You never have been. To everyone who has traveled this far, thank you. Thank you for your willingness to question, to grow, to remain open when it would be easier to stay closed. Thank you for choosing consciousness over unconsciousness, love over fear, understanding over judgment. Thank you for doing the inner work that heals not just your own life, but contributes to the awakening of our entire human family. If these teachings have touched you, share them with someone who might benefit. If these stories have reminded you of your own wisdom, trust that inner knowing more deeply. If these practices have brought you peace, continue cultivating them in your daily life. If this time together has helped you remember who you really are, let that remembering guide your choices from this moment forward. The journey doesn't end here, it begins here. Every moment offers a new opportunity to apply these timeless truths to the immediate circumstances of your life. Every interaction becomes a chance to practice presence, compassion, and wisdom. Every challenge becomes an invitation to trust the deeper intelligence that orchestrates your existence. You came seeking to understand why everything happens for a reason. You've discovered that the reason isn't always obvious, isn't always comfortable, isn't always what the mind expects. But if you look closely enough, if you feel deeply enough, if you trust completely enough, you'll find the thread that connects every experience, the golden thread that weaves through every joy and sorrow, every meeting and parting, every beginning and ending. Everything happens for a reason, and the reason is always love. Love learning about itself through your unique perspective. Love growing stronger through your struggles. Love becoming wiser through your questions. Love recognizing itself in every face you meet. Love disguised as everything you've experienced, waiting patiently for the moment you're ready to see through the disguise. Right here, right now, in this very moment, love is all there is. Welcome home.